How's it going, everyone? And welcome to a unusual episode of No Excuses with your favorite show host, Aristil.
And Volosal, and no Fern, because Fern has been gotten by the work gremlin again, and he is stuck. He is stuck, unable to get out of it, and he's not going to be able to show up at all this time. So, unfortunately, you're stuck with just the two of us again, which of course has certain implications. But yeah, we will nevertheless do our best to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week, such as it was. Not that there's ever really that much going on these days, except layoffs articles, I guess. But yeah, we shall mush on regardless. If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesvtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesvtw, or join us in the Discord server, which that you can get to through the link provided in the show description underneath the archive version of the show on the YouTubes.
Yep. Link should still be good. I just updated it like a month ago, but if for some reason it's giving you trouble, just let me know and I'll get a proper link. I've been kidnapped by a side quest. So we are
They do be that way.
the guide and just look up flip and answer because I know one is. This is a second playthrough, and I do not care to figure this second time. So, you may recall us on the show. We will usually play WoWa together, but a ginormous patch in WoWa dropped. I deliberately didn't do it because I didn't think I would have time to do it all this week, and I didn't want to get stuck in co-op unavailable. Vol started it, saw how big it was, and got stuck in co-op not available.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's a big one. I mean, for a regular patch, the amount of time I spent playing probably would have been enough. It wasn't very regular. It was quite large. It was hefty.
So yes, so you're watching me get kidnapped by the intro side stories and run around Hawaii again in Yakuza from the beginning because I'm doing the new game plus Chivo run, and then I'll be done with this game. Um, so just you'll see me doing cutscene skipping and getting a whole bunch of stuff out of context if you care about that. But otherwise, we can't play any other games together because I don't have Genshin installed, and if I did, I don't want to trigger my return bonus. And WoWa currently is in we're in an awkward spot, so we probably won't be able to get onto that till next week. Right. So I guess we'll start with your week. Oh,
Well, there is not really much to say about my week because it's not really. I mean, it's been pretty quiet, all told. Um, Gacha-wise, there's nothing going on. Like I've mentioned previously, Blue Archive has just concluded its final chapter of part 1. So we're pretty much in a holding pattern until part 2 drops, which is probably going to be a reasonable gap while they figure out what to do. Although it'll probably be smaller than the gap was for the JP server, since the objective that they've been pursuing has been to reduce the size of the gap. But yeah, so there's not really anything to report on there. Star Rail, I haven't touched the new MOC yet. I keep meaning to, and then not getting around to it because there's other stuff happening. And that too is in a holding pattern because it's always in a holding pattern because it's Star Rail and they don't have any content. Don't know what's going on. I hopefully that's a temporary state of affairs because the online discourse surrounding Star Rail has, like, from the perspective of a marketing person, it would have strayed dangerously away from the things that they are trying to promote, and practically the only thing people are talking about is the lack of content. Like, that is, like, become synonymous with Star Rail in the discourse right now, and that's not going to please the marketing types. So hopefully they're going to have to, kick it into high gear and stop, robbing Peter to pay Paul as far as Hoyo is concerned. Like all of the fantastic stuff that people are seeing in ZZZ is probably coming out of Hoyo's coffers that they have filled from Star Rail, along with all of their other projects that they're trying to get off the ground for whatever crazy reason. I'm not quite sure why they think that's a good idea, but there doesn't seem to be any stopping it. It feels like every couple of weeks they announce yet another project. So yeah, I don't know how that's like. They won't be able to fund it if they can't maintain the quality of their current cash cow. So they have to give the Star Rail players something to do eventually, because even the mega whales will eventually lose interest if the quality of the content and the quantity of the content just drops away to nothing. So yeah, there's nothing to do there right now. New patch will be dropping next week, and we will see, I guess, what they've got in store for us at the end of a major arc. Anyway, um, Genshin has quite a bit to do at the moment, or at least it seems like quite a bit, because I haven't had any time to do it. I did the main quest, which in total is quite short, much in the way of the likes of like the games design competition patch, for instance. Main quest was actually quite short. Because there's a bunch of other corollary stuff to do, stuff that I haven't attended to, which I really need to get onto, because apparently it's extremely time consuming. It's quite involved and interesting to do, so it's not going to make you lose your mind until probably the second half, when you're already fed up with it. But yeah, there's quite a bit of content on that side of things. And the story is okay. The story is okay. The story is mainly fan service, I would say. It's mainly to just keep people happy, rather than to, add any huge amount of grand insight into the lore or anything like that. It's basically a breather between you know it basically is in the lead up to Snezhnaya kicking off. So yeah, it all wraps up nicely. It's quite a sort of uh light comedy focused type of story for the most part. You spend a goodly amount of your time teasing Sandrone and or teasing Sidlali, since they're both very easy to rage bait. But yeah, that all ties up quite quickly. It's just the events are quite involved to do. But then there is the moon, which is the bulk of the actual sort of like raw content of the patch, is the moon. And the moon is similar to other recent extra zones they've done in the past. It's quite nice, I guess, for a moon where there's not really that much terrain. And the low gravity is a bit hard to get used to, because you keep expecting to jump a little bit and you end up jumping a lot. But overall, it's okay. But more importantly, it's fully voiced. Now, I know it's summer, so it doesn't count. But when you get your fully voiced world quest, like, the experience is just night and day. And I'm really confused as to why they aren't taking that more seriously, because people are so much more engaged with this than they were with the previous world quest, simply because, well, it's voiced.
Yeah.
It's just easier to digest.
It's
But
Genshin,
yeah.
like that's probably my biggest fundamental quest design problem with Genshin is those world quests are big and some of them are pretty good, but the game asks you to do so much just stuff all the time, either fighting or puzzle solving or looking around in the environment, and if your eyes aren't on the text box as it pops up, you just miss stuff all the time. If there was an audio cue of somebody talking, you would at least know to move your eyes. And this just
You want
bugs me.
Navi to say, "Hey, listen."
Basically, I mean, some kind of audio cue to tell me to read the text, because I just miss stuff in those world quests all the time. And if I miss too much, I start to get more and more disengaged with them, even if they're good.
Yeah, the moon one is fully voiced. There's not that there's many characters, and one of them is a Kuhenki. So, but yeah, I've enjoyed what I've done so far of it. I've only done sort of like the first little region, because I haven't had that much time. But yeah, it's been reasonably engaging. I think it's a looks like a solid outing. It's quite pretty for a moonscape, I guess. There's like only like two different monsters on the moon that I've seen so far though, and I need to farm one of them for Sandrone's weapon. But yeah. Sandrone as a character to use, I've used her a tiny bit. She's very easy to use. Like there's not really much complexity there. The complexity is mainly in working out how to build a team that actually benefits her because she's got like Luna style math behind her damage. So working out exactly what stats are driving the damage is kind of rough. Um, and you pretty much have to use the left trigger as the attack button because otherwise you can't aim since she uses a third person shooter style of of skill. But what is more, I suppose, conspicuous is the extent to which she sort of represents the change in like skill design since Stygian Onslaught became a thing, and not necessarily for the better. In the sense that basically everything is on her skill, and her ult is like, much like a lot of recent characters, where the like Nefa's ult is, and Tsubaya's ult is,
Yeah,
they're just not that impressive. They just it does a bit of damage, but you don't really care, do you?
it
Because you've got more important things to do.
like the only lunar character's ult that I can think of that's very big and impactful is like Lauma's.
I don't know how much Columbina's does as far as buffing is concerned. Offhand, I can't remember where that's located in her kit. But yeah, the drift away from alts being impressive is, in my opinion, probably a product of the fact that the pinnacle gameplay is now Stygian, and Stygian doesn't start you with any energy. You aren't going to be able to just up your ult out the gate the way a lot of teams intend for you to. So yeah, I think that's not necessarily a good thing for design going forward, but it does seem to be the way that they've gone.
It
Um,
it also highlights a difference in the design philosophy between like the ZZZ team and the Genshin team. Because if the ZZZ team had seen Stygian, if they had put Stygian into their game and saw that no energy was a problem, they likely would have fixed it and adjusted it
yeah,
so that it didn't so that it started you with some energy or something, or they would do something else to make it
well,
a bit
the
more
the
palatable.
the telling thing there is not that they recognized a problem and fixed it in the past. That what they saw in the past is, people aren't using alts because they don't have enough decibels to do it. Okay, we'll revamp the way we do alts then.
Yeah,
And it wasn't even that it created a problem with the gameplay. It was just that, well, we created these pieces of kit and people can't use them, so we need to rethink what we do.
yeah. Whereas Genshin these days will just bake parts of the kit they don't really care if you use or not into the kit. Well, they've been doing it for a while, on and off. There are characters where either like the ult or the skill just doesn't matter. Nailu, the prime example of the old ones, where you don't push her ult button, it's literally a waste of time. You are just hurting yourself by pressing Nailu's ult because all it's going to do is waste time and do no damage. So, so
Like
as
Sandrone's is like that as well. Like you get a pop of damage, sure, but all of her actual play is in her skill. Like I've never actually pressed her ult before because mainly since I've gotten her built up enough to actually use, she's still not finished, but I can actually use her so I can see what she feels like. There haven't been any fights that have lasted long enough for me to charge up my energy bar.
Genshin started with that, like they added the new world level, but because the power level of the characters just keeps growing, they they really need to add another one, I think, just to give enemies some girth so that you can actually use
I,
some kits in
I
the
don't.
world.
I don't think that. I don't think that that by itself is sufficient. Oh my goodness! I've just realised that red enemies are back, and I need to get out of here post haste. I'm playing WoW at the moment, personally. Laharoi didn't have any red glowing enemies, but this new area does,
All right,
evidently.
they replaced them with like the void storms or something.
Yeah, yeah. No, we've just got regular red enemies now. Anyway, um, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so there are problems with the way they design characters, and I don't think that just raising the HP by itself is like a solution to the problem. It's sort of like how I don't think that by itself would be a solution to say the inconsequentiality of combat in Star Rail. I think that realistically, what needs to happen is they need to design a difficulty level around a particular level of difficulty of play, not around we will increase the multipliers on X, Y, and Z by this much. So like I keep putting this, and I don't expect them to ever listen because I don't think there's a market for it. But what I keep putting in the uh feedback forms for Star Rail is that I want there to be a nightmare equilibrium level where the objective is that the story enemies can beat the absolute tar out of you, so
Yeah.
that people who want to really lock horns with the story bosses in context and have like a real nail biter of a boss fight that's really tough to get through, like pre-nerf Aventurine was, just can opt in to equilibrium level nightmare and just thrash away at those bosses as really tough fights
Yeah.
designed to be tough, not just, oh well, if we just raise the HP the fight will carry on longer. No, I want it to be a tough fight. I want it to be like, okay, so it's not going to be sufficient to just bring Team X in there and wail away. The boss is going to have particular traits, it's going to have particular strengths and weaknesses, and you're going to have to play around them to some extent.
Yeah. I would like them to at least start by just having a mode like you don't have to offer any rewards for that. The people that want to grind their teeth into it to get the 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 lunar narrative harmony of, we've hyped this big scary guy up, and you want those people that want to feel the fight, as it was presented. You don't have to offer anything for that. You don't have to give me extra primos or whatever for that. Just give me the
Yeah,
option to
I
do
don't
it.
even want. I've never suggested there be any rewards for them in any of the feedback forms because that's the reward is getting to play the game, right? Like it's not the same when you have a hyped up boss and you go in there and you obliterate it in a single shot.
Yeah, when you're actively like, okay, that's the boss room at the top of, Perlux TV tower or whatever, and it's very clearly telegraphed as, the boss room. And how am I going to jigger my team so that the boss at least gets enough turns to show me all of its animations?
Yeah, so I can't take like my Super Break team into story. That's not gonna work. It's not gonna work at all because the Firefly will power up and then one shot the boss.
Yeah,
That's it's not designed for that. So I always end up having to try and come up with ways to nerf myself, but not enough that it will cause problems from my experience. So yeah, it's I think that they need to think more about that. But I think that that applies to Genshin as well, simply because well they don't seem to really understand that playing in the world is part of the experience of that game and is necessary for it to function. Um, it doesn't really make the game better to have all of the experience of combat tied up in the sort of rather twisted version that exists in Stygian Onslaught.
yeah,
So the ZZZ has just decided to not play ball with the issue at all by forcing you to use what they want you to use every time that they want a real story fight. And
yeah.
that works just fine for the most part. I think that that's not a good approach for Star Rail to use, in my opinion, because then there's basically a sequence of buttons that you press to win the battle,
And
which is just as boring.
and in addition, like Star Rail is in a position right now where they need more content that lets you use the roster of characters you pulled for actively in play. Because right now
Yeah,
it's just the in-game modes.
that's something that I put in every feedback form as well, is that people need to see their investment at work, not just pull them out once every cycle.
Yeah,
But
I think that's really what's
The,
contributed to the zero cycle culture in HSR more so than anything else. It's like that's the only place you can use the characters you purchase.
yeah, that is basically the equivalent of player expression in that game. Which is why you see all these people trying to zero cycle with really, really weird game team comps. So yeah, they they really need to think about difficulty. And I know they don't really want to because they are still to some extent caught in the sort of irrational way of thinking that there are broader audiences fueling their game when that's only true to quite a limited extent. Like most of the whales are people who actually play, not people who don't have a clue what they're doing. For the most part, I think that that's the case. I could be totally, totally wrong because the important marketing wise portion of that data comes from China, and I don't really know what the landscape is doing there. But yeah, most of the Genshin people, unless they really are just people who don't have anything better to do than buy characters because they can't be bothered doing any of the content, so they can say they've got the character on social media or whatever. I don't know. Like it seems like that wouldn't be able to hold my interest for very long. I would get distracted by another game. But I guess I don't know these people, so yeah. Anyway, the difficulty thing is certainly real. Despite the fact that I can sort of I can't be bothered with Imaginarium Theatre. I can barely clear Spiral Abyss because I'm just not that invested in learning how to play well. I can't clear Stygian Onslaught beyond the freebie levels because I've never bothered to learn how. The In spite of all of that, it's still absolutely effortless for me to kill world mobs at this point. Oh my goodness, this bamboo cutting tech is actually kind of engaging. Except that every animation your character does can cut it. So when your character does a little flourish to sheath her sword after her attack animation or whatever, we'll also cut the bamboo.
So yet another place for Rebecca and her turpet to have fun.
But the bamboo, once cut, has extremely ragdoll physics.
They know what their players like.
Yeah, you can basically cut it at any point. It's not like got fixed breakpoints or something.
I mean, it's probably just a whole lot of fixed breakpoints loaded onto a
No,
not.
it's not. Because I've been able to cut some extremely small pieces in very strange shapes. So either they just decided to compose it out of like a gajillion different polygons, or they've managed to create a destructibility engine for it, which actually has cut points. Or so it seems to me anyway. Like the directionality of the cuts all match the particular character that I use. If I try, yeah, it looks like bullet impacts are almost perfectly horizontal though. Anyway, is this going to grow back, or do I have to wait for tomorrow before it grows back?
Leave the area and
I
come
don't know.
back, see if it respawns.
I've just ruined all the bamboo. Yeah. Anyway, so what I've seen of the moon was nice, but Genshin has still got problems that it needs to work out. I expect that they're just going to take the everybody will move on to the shiny new thing come Shneznaya approach, so it might be a while before we see anything really move in a big way as far as that's concerned. ZZZ, I haven't really done much. I still haven't done the detective quest majiggy. Hopefully, it won't take very long.
It's not very long. Some parts get a little yappy, but I mean, we're talking maybe an hour to do all of them.
Right. Well, anyway, didn't have much to do in ZZZ because I haven't. Oh, the story's trying to steal me. Let's just move away from that if possible.
I can interject here because I won't have much to say about ZZZ either, but I did do one thing in ZZZ that had a very odd outcome. So I did try to pull for Norma, and I lost. I had to go pretty deep and lost 50-50 to Lycon.
Ugh.
So at that point, I had a brief bit of madness and kept pulling. Like, even though I got the next two characters I want to get. Um, so I got to Norma eventually. It took a while, but we got there, and she came along with a grace, but the so my Remiel banner is teed up to not to have the guarantee on the first pull. But I did lose the 50-50 the first time I had to go deep for Norma. Do not have the funds at all to pull for her Wenjin, even if I wanted to. I know it's really powerful. I know it's really, really strong, but you can get away with a Kaleda Hellfire Gears, and it'll won't be nearly as good, like a 20% loss, but it'll work. And I just mostly wanted Norma for the character, not for gameplay so much.
Well, you don't need another fire stunner.
So yeah, so that's how the
Everybody
pulls
needs more
went.
fire stunners.
So the hot streak in pull number has not is has fallen off, but the overall average probably will be okay for now.
I am not pulling for Norma. I don't really have, a place to put her as such. If I was going to pull another stunner, it would probably be Phone Theron, since I didn't get her last time. I failed on that banner as well. Like ZZC's one of the few gacha games where I just repeatedly fail on banners and just don't get the character because the 50-50 hates me in ZZZ. Or so it seems. But yeah, I've got quite a bit of polychrome chambered and ready for Rumiel next patch, so I'm hoping it will go well. That would be nice.
Speaking of
But
ZZZ though, the new Shiyu came out, and
I haven't touched it because it's got those two miasma bots in it again.
I got the highest score I've ever got on a single Shiyu node with the Crack Jane Belina team. Got something like 47,000.
They shelled real hard though. Like
Yeah,
I don't think I've ever made so many mistakes in a deadly assault before, and I still got like 36,000 points with the Valina team
yeah.
and a half pie Bernice. Like she's not even geared well.
Yeah.
The shell is just off the charts for Valina. I
I'm,
suppose
I'm
they are trying to promote a new element, so
I am a
give them
little
time.
worried with it with how hard it is. That's a dangerous direction to keep moving in. I get that it's a new element. I hope they they keep it under control though, and don't go any deeper than this. It is worrying.
Anyway, so yeah, there's not a great deal happening in ZZZ right now, other than the new banner. There's like one of those do your dailies, and also you'll get more polychromes type events, which is fine with me because I need more polychromes. Because Remiel. And also it seems like they're probably ramping up for Claret in the next patch after that. And since she's like one of the very few characters in the preview that I took a shine to, largely because she's got Rin's voice actress. She's one I'm definitely going to be pulling for. There is no leaked kit for her or anything like that, but there is a leaked whatchamacallit, drive disc set, which is an defense scaling attack set.
I wonder if that's
So
a brand new set or a replacement for the old defense set that nobody uses.
well, I've heard that they're going to revamp that old defense set, but that was a pretty sketchy rumor, but it was a rumor that it does exist. So yeah, I'm not really sure. But yeah, the defense scaling attack character set is what it looks like based on the leaks. But this is like a true leak in that you've got like really sketchy information from like a blurry screenshot type of thing. um, so yeah, maybe the color scheme on the disc looked like it would be suitable for Claret Flint. So yeah, maybe it's for her. We'll see. Um, but yeah, not much else to speak of on that front. Um, as far as Woowa goes, there's not a huge amount that I can actually say at this stage because I've only played like part of the story. A goodly chunk of it in terms of raw time, although I do very, very much take my time when I'm doing Woowa story. Like I go through it very slowly and I poke around in all the corners and get distracted constantly on the way. But it is quite a chonker, which I'm perfectly fine with. Social media is not perfectly fine with it. I saw a whole bunch of people whinging about it being too long. But yeah, it's I've relatively enjoyed it so far. There was a bit of a sequence with Susui where I'm like, okay, I've completely lost the plot here. I don't actually know what she's trying to do or what anybody else in the scene is trying to do for that matter. But it seems to have rounded out okay. It's all very Chinese in the sense that people will start to sing and dance at the drop of a hat. Um, I'm not even joking, right? Like the amount of times that somebody will stop and sing so far in the story has been pretty off the charts compared to normal for Woo-Wah. Um, but yeah, they do like their singing. And in fact, if you do not like the song, you're going to be sick of it very quickly because of the number of people that stop to sing it. But overall, I like it. I like it very much. I have no problem with Chinese melodies. I like them, so that's not a problem to me. But I hope you like Yang Yang because you're going to be spending a lot of time with Yang Yang. Like this is very, very Yang Yang centric. Which I mean, she is the game's iconic girl. Like she's on the icon,
Yeah,
literally. Um,
you're not going to be able to answer the important question here with Yang Gang for me, in that because you don't play in English. Her English voice actress in the original run of the game was terrible. Like,
well, I sure hope she's better then because there is a lot of freaking Yang Yang.
and I am hoping that the negativity of the story is just people not wanting to sit and watch yapping. Uh, but there is a non-zero chance part of their aggressive distaste for it is because whether they'll say it out loud or not, because it's not polite to criticize people's performances, as you know, uh, is Yang Yang's voice. Or like, it sounds like she just didn't have any direction the first time, so it could be salvageable. I hope that's the case. But
Well, there was a lot of bad VA in that early phase. Is there anybody else who's made a comeback who was like obviously better?
uh, they just seem to have a total re-go at how they did Direction 2.0 onwards. But I can't recall any characters that have come back from 1.0 that have been majorly voiced in 2.x onward content.
Hmm.
Like, can you think of anybody from 1.x that came back in 2.0 afterwards?
Well, I was sort of hoping that you could because I couldn't. Because I haven't taken note of any particularly bad performances in the Japanese, so I haven't really been on the lookout for it as such. But yeah, I guess I hope Yang Yang's doing better in the English this time around because there is a lot of her, and there's a lot of her relatively isolated from the rest of the cast as well. Like she's not necessarily by herself as such, but not like just playing, Rover's tag along so much of the time in this story. It is quite a slow moving story. Like that's probably behind a certain amount of why people complain that it's too long because it is. I think that people are expecting the pace to be the same as it was at the back end of Lahairoi, which wouldn't make sense since this is basically a 0.0 patch part 2. And generally speaking, the part 2 patches have had a bit of a slow start. The only one which was done extremely well was Septimont, which I felt like was really quite solidly paced in the first arc. But that was because you had multiple people coming with you from the previous one, because Karathea's with you as well. Well, she's not with you, but she's walking parallel to your path, and you're still sort of engaged with what she's doing. Whereas in the case of this one, Rover's like literally like, I should go back to Jinzo because Abby wants some Jinzo snacks.
Yeah, 'cause in Septimon, they had Cartwheel going on and all the stuff with her to help Bridget from the Raguna arc, but they also had a literal tournament arc with Lupa. Well,
Yeah,
I say
but
tournament arc,
well,
but
that's why I say though that it was sort of like by comparison extremely well paced because they had that they had a through line plus a new story to be going on with. So they had a lot of the tools lined up right to do it really well. In this case, the departure from Star Torch is kind of abrupt. It's not like something that is, debated and thought over at great length. This is sort of like, well, what a rover does is rove, so I guess we'll do some roving type of thing. Um,
yeah,
to
well,
my chagrin, um, Chisa got more lines saying goodbye to Rover than she does throughout the rest of Lahai Roy, which is frustrating. But maybe they'll bring her back when Ashinohara gets its own story. One can dream. Um,
I really do
but yeah,
wonder
so
how much the cold feet happened because of Winnie the Pooh.
it's hard to say.
Because it's just odd that they built that entire subzone for Chisa, had her very heavily involved in that for a ton of stuff, made her central to so many of the new debuff centric mechanics that came out, and then just didn't use her.
Yeah, she's like Biss in 5 teams or something at the moment. But yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I am deeply emotionally upset by it, but that is the way things are. Um, they still sell her as sort of like important right to the last minute as well, despite the fact that she's basically gotten written out of the plot. Like when she speaks with Rover during the sort of like the farewell sequences and that, like anytime she is speaking to Rover, there's like pink shoujo bubbles in the background. It's like they're really trying to sell Chisa as a waifu, but they just didn't give her anything to do for the whole story. It's like these two things don't marry together. But anyway, the new zone is it reminds me structurally quite a lot of Liyue in Genshin, except if Liyue was in a rainforest. So more like Chenyu Vale, I guess, to some extent. It has more of Liyue's geography, but with Chenyu Vale's color palette. It's absolutely gorgeous to look at any time of the day. Um, depending on your taste, of course, because that's always a matter of taste. Um, but it makes my PC run the struggle bus. While my PC is definitely riding the struggle bus, it's riding it in a way I feel is lesser than it was previously. Like the burden being placed by the game on my PC is higher by nature of the environments, but I feel like it's also lower, like per fancy thing. I feel like it actually has gotten more efficient. It's just that what they're asking has now gotten a lot higher.
Yeah, I get the feeling with Wuwa, like whatever method they use to compile their shaders seems to play a lot of heck with the any performance of any given bit. I don't know what it is, but because they'll usually clean up over time as you play.
Yeah, like it was only barely playable when I started yesterday afternoon, but today I'm only getting like a few frame drops. Like I can comfortably run at like 50-ish frames per second, which I know that doesn't sound good for most people, but you haven't seen the size of this place, man. And I'm not running new hardware or anything.
Yeah, it's like they compile the shaders, but they whatever their compiler is isn't good enough to compile them all at once, and so you still have to compile stuff as you play, even after compiling shaders.
I mean, that in and of itself is not that strange, but you don't want too much of it because it's going to put a lot of burden on your system. Um, One thing that I did not realize that this is going to be like pure gold pro tip for me to give you, Aristeele, going into the new zone. Abuse Lucilla as much as possible. Like, the Culises in this zone, and I presume this is true for all the previous zone, can be fetched with the camera. And a lot of
Oh,
them are in very awkward places.
I see.
They're called rafterkites. They're like little jade-colored birds, but you can just hoover them up with the camera. And I figured this out because I was hoovering up regular plants and stuff, and occasionally I just see random rafterkite added to my inventory. And it was because there was some like rafterkite flying a mile over behind the scene I was in, and it just got snaffled up by the camera.
So if you spot one in a general direction, but you don't see it, just with the camera out.
Yeah, they don't necessarily proc the little circle that tells you that there's an item to grab, but if you get it in the viewfinder, it will grab it.
See.
This is not true of every rafterkite because sometimes there'll be like a rafterkite being eaten by a robot or something, and you have to pry it out of its mouth or whatever. Those ones it's not going to grab, but for a lot of others it will. So it's a handy thing to know.
I see.
I'm standing directly under one and I don't know where it is. Maybe it's underneath me. Anyway, yeah. So it's a great. It's been a good story so far. It's kind of a bit obtuse in a lot of ways, and people keep singing all the time. But I do like Yang Yang, and there's a lot of Yang Yang in there. But yeah, I don't know where it's going yet. The villain seems to be a bit blah so far, but he is also like an introductory villain, obviously. Like, this guy doesn't seem like he's got much going for him, and he doesn't even like the Fractsidus very much, who are obviously the main villains of Wuwa. Um, but yeah, there's just a lot to see. There's very, very pretty areas, lots of stuff to look at. I'm currently stuck in I think I'm stuck chronologically in one point in time right now because of the story. So I haven't. It's overcast at the moment, so it doesn't look very pretty on my screen right now. But yeah, there's a lot to see and do. I can imagine my computer just shorting out and refusing to play if I turned on ray tracing, because there was. If I was to design a tech demo to show off ray tracing, it would look like this. Like, they obviously have just gotten the feature set for the newest drivers for NVIDIA cards and have just decided to go hog wild and use every single feature in there. So when you get your new graphics card up and running, I think you're going to have a ball of a time.
Yeah, the viewers will be able to see it once I get that all put together and get all the streaming stuff working. We'll talk more about that when we get to.
Yeah, it is a matter of taste though. So if you're already fed up with Orientalism, you're going to stay fed up with Orientalism. But I like it. I think it's a very, very pretty location, and just every time I enter a new set piece, I'm blown away by how pretty it is. But yeah, won't say anything very specific about the story. There's a new NPC that you meet relatively early on that, like most of the time when people meet a new NPC, the community explodes with people demanding that she be playable. But her tacit mark looks like it has 3 peaks on it, which means that she's disqualified from being a playable, because I think you need a minimum of 4. But yeah, I also did get Chisa's swimsuit. I didn't really think about it very long, to be totally honest. They have added a lot of swimsuit tech, I have to say.
Yeah, you were telling me about it.
Yeah, so both Lene and Chisa's outfits have some like diaphanous bits that become translucent when they get wet. And so when they come out of the water, there'll be droplets on them, and they'll be translucent. And then as the drips drip off of them, it will gradually dry out and then go back to being less translucent. And also, if you are currently wet and you sit on something, you will leave a wet butt print on it, which is very obviously a butt print. It's not just a pool of water. Like the devs in charge of doing these outfits
Was the
Like,
tism, my lord?
yes, there's definitely a certain kind of tism involved, the tism of culture. They would have a firm handshake and a stoic nod with the guy who did the SFX for Yishin's outfit in ZZZ, because they have put a lot of effort into these swimsuits, like a worrying amount of effort.
I was just the raw design of Linnea's swimsuit. Like it's still a swimsuit, but there's just a whole lot of fun little details on it. And my favorite one is the way they designed her heelys to go on the sandal heels. That like they had this weird little contraption on the back. I'm like, oh my goodness, that's adorable.
Still confirmed for feet person.
A shoe. I guess there's a feet on top of the shoe.
But yeah, yeah, I don't have much else that I can really say about it right now. I pulled Yang Yang quite successfully. It wasn't like an instant win the way it was with Lucilla, but it was still quite solid and early without too much fuss, which leaves me in reasonably good condition for pulling Susi. Um, I haven't really had a chance to use her because, well, all of her materials and all of her echoes and all of her everything are only in this patch. So much like in Danya's patch, you pretty much can't just start farming immediately. You've got to do a certain amount of story stuff first. So yeah, I haven't farmed up anything for her yet. I'll have to work on that over the course of the coming weeks.
I would love to help you,
Yeah,
but we're stuck.
yeah, her. I can see the theory behind how her combat style is supposed to flow. I just haven't really got the hang of making it work yet. Um, but what really doesn't help that, I guess, is that the standard training mode only has her in the party, and like a lot of characters, in order for the combat to flow, you kind of need to intro. It doesn't quite work properly otherwise because um her resources are sort of hard to generate in a vacuum without an intro to sort of kickstart the way the cycle is supposed to work, because she's sort of got like an apex heavy attack in both her weaker form and her stronger form, and you're supposed to be able to alternate between the two. But when you're by yourself, you usually end up having to pick one, or at least that's the way it seems to play out in practice. I haven't had enough time to really, experiment and find out exactly how it's supposed to work. But yeah, I guess I'll see over the course of time once I've got her built and have got the mandatory small amount of energy regen that every character seems to need in order to properly work. Um, but yeah, she throws pigeons at people. That is how she do. That seems to more or less be her deal. You do get to play around with Susie in the story. You get to control her and play around with her abilities. But mostly, much like say Shorekeeper, her abilities are mainly based around looking pretty and conferring buffs onto the team rather than doing anything particular herself. But she does look very pretty, and you will get to see a lot of her, I guess. Like, so whoever designed her hat has definitely got a thigh fixation, as does as probably evident from basically every other outfit in the game at this point. But yeah, does seem to be a trend in design that is a little bit different, and that a lot of the characters that are more newly introduced in the story seem to have, on average, just wider eyes. And it's most evident between when you see like Susu and Yang Yang together, because Yang Yang still uses the Yang Yang design, but Susu's a new character, and they look very, very similar. Apart from one being blonde and having wavier hair, and the other one having dark hair that's a little bit straighter, they look very similar structurally because they're sisters. But Suisu's eyes are just dramatically wider than Yang Yang's, which is almost distracting. Largely because largely because she's like really, really heavily made up, since she's like a trade representative, so is designed to like her part of her job is to look pimped out at all times during trade meets and that sort of thing. But yeah, it is a little bit distracting how big the difference is. And the NPC girl I mentioned earlier also has the same trait of having quite wide eyes compared to the designs of other characters. So I feel like they've added some new artist to the concepting team who prefers to design characters in that way. But we'll have to see as more characters come out and you see what their in-game models look like, whether that trend will continue. You see, at the point in the story that I'm at, you've seen a couple of the other characters from the drip marketing, but haven't spent great amounts of time with either of them. So you just sort of know they exist and that they're up to something somewhere off screen. But yeah. That's about all I've got to say, I think, because I just need to farm stuff. They refreshed the boss mats pack in the money store, and I'm like extremely tempted by that because boss mats are the most frustrating thing in this game.
Yeah,
But that's the point, right? That's how they get you.
yeah, I caved and bought it at least once. Might have bought it twice. Don't remember.
I think it's only been up once, but I could be wrong about that. They don't refresh it every time.
Yeah,
They only refresh it once every few versions, I think.
I definitely got it when I was doing the cartwheel via pet pulls.
Yeah, because I'm going to be in a situation where I have to build a lot of characters if I pull most of the ones this patch, since I've got my eye on at least 3 more sort of thing.
It takes 3 weeks of farming for one character to get all the mats they need. It's quite a bit.
Yeah, and I'm planning on, do this patch, one next patch after that, and then at least 2 in the next patch, based on the current layout that people are assuming is going to fit with what we know. But yeah, they didn't preview Danya though, so there could still be others waiting in the wings that we haven't seen yet. But yeah, I don't have much else to say about Wu in specific because I haven't really seen how the story fits together yet. But yeah, I think that's more or less it for my week. I haven't had time to do much of anything else. Maybe if I can find another job that keeps sane hours, that might change at some point.
Yeah. You need to actually be able to live life a little bit.
Yeah, they've gotten overly dependent on the idea that I don't need to, and that's really the problem. That's what's at the nub of me wanting to leave, is that I feel like they just take for granted that I'm always going to bail them out by doing excessive amounts of work, and they aren't paying me for that. They're paying me to work a regular job, and they've got me doing about 4 regular jobs. So yeah, I don't have like any job offers or anything, but I'll keep an eye out and see if there are opportunities to go elsewhere. What I have to avoid is, number one, letting them talk me into staying. Number two, getting suckered into a job that is going to basically wind up the same way, because I'm sure most won't start that way. But yeah, I don't know what succession would look like if I leave my current job, because I think that probably the bosses are too clueless to replace me, let alone understand what I do. So, and I will, when I leave, I will have responsibility for trying to make sure that succession actually functions, but the outcome won't really be my problem.
Yeah, if they do try to keep you, strong arm the ever loving heck out of them.
Oh, they won't pay me anymore. So I'll just say, okay, if you want me to stay, double my salary then, because they aren't going to do that.
But yeah, I meant like demand that they let you hire more people or something or whatever you need to do if they
Well,
something they definitely probably won't do, but would fix the problem if they did.
no, it wouldn't fix the problem if I hired more people, because I just have to train them. Those people would be underpaid and overworked regardless, and I would be expected to somehow solve that problem. More people by itself is not going to be enough. It's the fact that they expect me to fix the problems caused by their terrible decision making. That's the problem, and just hiring more people is not going to stop them making terrible decisions again in future. That's the thing, right? Even if things got dramatically better for me in the short term, the same people are still in charge. They're still going to do the same old stupid bullcrap when they're given a chance. But yeah, hopefully something will happen, and either maybe they'll promote the current boss so that he can be a incompetent nuisance somewhere else. That appears to be what happens to people who are sufficiently incompetent in corpos, that they get promoted to something more important. But yeah, I'm hoping that I'll be able to find some other more normal, more sane position where I can, have an existence that isn't based around fear of what the boss will say tomorrow. But yeah, gaming wise, I don't really think that I've got much else to talk about. I am toying with the idea of, like, with my computer riding the struggle bus and all that in the new region, I could just get them to pay out some annual leave and just buy a graphics card because, well, I've got about 85 paid days leave or something like that. And I'd only need to get, like, 10 or so of them paid out in order to just buy a graphics card. Well, they're never going to let me take an 85-day holiday, so why not?
Squeeze 10 or 15 days of paid leave out of them. Let's go get yourself a 5080 or whatever you need.
I know you landed on a 5080, but that's sort of like a very weird place to land.
Yeah.
Because the uplift over the one below it is not very great. And, like, when you're already in retard territory, why not go full retard instead of halfway retard?
I mean, it's like getting a 5080 is like you're 75% retard. It's only a hop, skip, and a jump to go full retard, but going full retard doubled the price.
Tropic Thunder really was a great movie. It could never get made today.
No, there are so
And
many.
it wasn't even made that long ago. But it was sort of like the last hurrah of politically incorrect humor.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh me, oh my.
I just accidentally another rafter kite from somewhere. Wasn't even marked on the minimap, so I don't know where I got it from.
So yeah. All right. Well, I guess we can get to my week, I suppose. In terms of gameplay done this week, the only thing of significance that I did was finish the main story in Yakuza 8 that I've been working on for a while, and the bonus dungeon stuff for the post game. We'll talk about in a minute. Playtime in this game is more jacked overinflated than normal, because of you remember last week when I talked about the Sujimon Pokemon minigame where you have to go collect them all?
Yes, although I did not understand anything.
Yeah. So it's less Pokemon the video game and more Pokemon Go. And that there are Pokestops you can run by to get tickets for the gacha and the equivalent of EXP books or whatever for your Sujimon. And I don't have access to it right now. But there will also be raids that appear, and they have fixed spawn locations, and they even are kind enough to track them in a list once you unlock everything about that minigame. And you can see what raids are up and what's in them and what drops are from them and all that. But the important thing there is if you're missing Sujimon, you can get them from those raids instead of having to sit there and spend colossal amounts of money or time rolling the gacha and save scumming. So a lot of it was just because they will change every 15-ish minutes. Just leaving the game open and letting them cycle. See when a new Sujimon I didn't have would pop up. So my playtime has been ridiculously inflated by this because there would be whole days throughout ever since I unlocked that minigame. I would just leave the dumb thing up. Oh, it's going to make me do the dating minigame.
Were you sufficiently aloha'd?
Yeah, so that's actually not that bad at all to 100%. You don't even get anything for 100%ing that one. I found out you just make Coco happy, which I suppose is a reward.
That's its own reward. Everybody loves Coco.
Everybody does love Coco. Sure.
Possibly not as much as she likes Kiryu.
Yeah, like her introduction cutscene. Just is her fangirling big time over Kiryu. So, unfortunately, I am stuck in the obligatory Gunnar dating minigame that they put in. The ones that are always super cringy and weird. Like Kiryu doing the phone sex line in Yakuza 0. And the JAV actresses at the club in the Gaiden game I played. So this one, you have to go onto an online dating app and text message girls to try and get them to want to meet Ichiban in real life, and it's super cringy and weird.
Wait, you're trying to fix Ichiban's love life?
No, he gets shanghaied into testing the dating app against his wishes because he has a canon girlfriend back in Japan now.
Right.
And so but he still has to use the dating app because the side quest said so, and the old lady that runs it needs more men on it. And it involves mashing sequences of button prompts to get the girls to send you hot pics, and then eventually, like, unfortunately, whoever did this minigame doesn't understand that feet are not hot pics, and usually it'll end with Ichiban getting catfished, or stuck in some very precarious situation. This minigame, unfortunately, requires me to respond in a timely manner. So I'm trying to get that done. You'll see the result at the end of it. This is the whole minigame. Okay, cool. Gotta do a whole and then at the very end of it here, you've got to sit here and make sure she really knows how much you care by doing the incredibly sane thing of spamming messages at her as many as you can in quick succession.
I see.
Yep, and so that
Well, I mean, if you want a restraining order, I guess.
do not do this in real life, folks. This is how you get the girls to never talk to you again. So, yeah, I think the first one is almost definitely him getting catfished every time. Has the same dramatic cutscene of Kiryu picking up the phone and mushy mush. Yeah, unfortunately, cannot skip it. Reason they're weird about that. So yeah, main story of Yakuza 8. Oh, I skipped. Oh no, I didn't skip it. JK. See how bad Ichiban gets catfished with this one. Oh, he got catfished by a bum, an elderly bum.
Getting catfished is just the only option.
There are 3 that are real girls, and you can tell they're real girls because their hot pics they send you have their boobs in them.
I see.
Whereas the other ones will deliberately avoid the torso area or the thigh areas, so they don't give away the game.
I mean, I thought the storyline was that there weren't enough men on this app,
Oh yeah,
but it seems like they're mostly men.
there's a ton of catfishing men on the app. Yeah, there ain't a real storyline to it. Kind of get shanghaied into it when you walk through the middle of town, so I had to do the minigame once to get rid of it. So yeah, the main story. So Fern's not here, so I'm just going to go full spoiler mode because it's going to be yonks if you ever play this game. You'll have forgotten everything. And yeah, the game has been around for a while now, so people have had time to play. It lands very middle of the pack for me for a Yakuza game. They are clearly having trouble with what to do with Kiryu as writers. Because they wanted to put him into retirement effectively at the end of Yakuza 6. But they were basically told you can't not have Kiryu in a Yakuza game. What's wrong with you? So they had to find a way to keep him relevant, and the way they came up with was the faction that the way it ends in Yakuza 6. Because Haruka screws the pooch royally at the end of Yakuza 5, after the shenanigans in 6, the only way Kiryu can think of to keep her safe is that he has to basically disappear and not be involved with their life, so that the paparazzi and the media will stop writing headlines about the orphanage and Haruka and her idol career. I'll look up where this kid is because I'm not doing. Let's see. Red swimsuit wearing a straw hat with a blue. Basically, Kiryu Kiryu makes a deal with one of the political factions after exposing the Yamato Mark II, because Yakuza 6, that if he wants to keep them shut up, or if he wants them to stay shut up, they need to make him disappear because they're harassing Haruka and the orphanage he ran after he quit the Yakuza at the end of Yakuza 2. So it's implied that that's the end of the deal. There's no more to this. They'll just write a fake death certificate and he can go off on his own and disappear. Let's see. Boy has white swim trunks and an orange cap, pretty far out west line. So yeah, that doesn't work out though when they have to bring him back into the story. So they just use that government shadow faction that's running a whole lot of stuff for Kiryu to be basically a slave to him as long as he keeps this deal going. And it doesn't make any sense at all for him to do so. And it continues to make less and less sense the more you see him interact with this faction, because Kiryu's just stronger than these people. He beats down entire flippin' just droves of these dudes in their own HQ, and there's F all they can do to stop him. Because he's the Terminator. And it just also doesn't make any sense that Kiryu would just let himself be tied down by these people. That's just not who Kiryu is. Like, he's going to do the right thing no matter what, and if the shadowy government organization says go do sketchy stuff, Kiryu will say no. And the fact that he continues to stick with them, despite having to tell them no multiple times, is very silly. And this continues to come back to bite him in the butt, even after the Gaiden game, because in this game, the entire section of Kiryu's story in Chapter 8 is him reminiscing about all the past games, screenshots of the past games included, and meeting up with a bunch of his old friends and seeing how they're doing. And he's supposed to be dead. And apparently, this deal went a bit deeper that makes no sense, and this makes no sense at all. That for some reason, if he gets rediscovered, this shadowy government organization will torture his friends to make sure the deal stands. Like that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't hurt the government organization whatsoever if Kiryu's still alive. All it does is ruin Kiryu's cover. It only hurts him. Why the F do they care? Like, he's already a problem agent for him, and that while he can do what you send him out to do, he's still, defying orders to do the right thing. So it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And this kind of clumsy writing with this faction ever since he got involved with it is just bad. There's no other way to put it. It's one of the big reasons I did not like the main story of Gaiden of the Yakuza 7.5, the one that featured Kiryu with all the secret agent stuff. It doesn't fit Kiryu's character, and it doesn't make a lick of sense. And I genuinely don't know why they decided to go that direction, but I guess they had their hand forced and weren't expecting it. So yeah, not a fan of that part of the story, and it appears to be something I'm just gonna have to deal with because yeah. Trying to mash through this stupid cutscene. They won't let me skip parts of it. I have to mash A through parts. Yeah, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It is really cute seeing Kiryu go through after, if you disregard the whole government agency aspect of it, and just see him talking to people that he's met in the past and reminiscing on the past games, and it's like the past games actually happened. So I have to talk to people buried in the sand to find some girl's boyfriend so that I can give the love letter to the right dude for this side quest. Or crush, rather. Yeah, I'm just going to look up the answer because I've already done this legit once. Keep in love. Launch group through the one we want is second row from the front, second column from the left. Ew. Okay. Victory. Well, that one required me to look up a guide. Anyway, for Ichiban's part of the story and why he's in Hawaii, basically a whole lot of convoluted stuff happened with with his mom. She got involved in a religious cult of one of the native, like, it would be the equivalent of her getting involved with like whatever the most peaceful Maui religion is, or whatever you guys have over there.
I don't think any of them really. I've never actually heard of any of the Maori pagan gods being turned into a cult in the modern day. Like, I think that this since it went extinct, nobody's been able to revive it for good or bad reasons. Like, they don't, with whatever type of intentions they might have. Like, there's literally nobody who believes in it. It's just profitable for some of them to pretend that they do, type of thing.
Yeah. If I open up my smartphone, Suji Deck, so spoiler. So there's a dude named Bryce Fairchild who is the whitest blonde hair, blue eyed old man you've seen in the games, but he's super evil. Like in what he does to achieve his goals. His goals are actually not that bad. That's the biggest problem this story has, and that if it just had a bit more oversight, the goal of the villain is not evil. They're basically trying to find a way to dispose of nuclear waste to open up more nuclear reactors in Japan. The writers clearly have no idea what a nuclear reactor does or how nuclear waste works, and this annoys me the entire time. But basically, because Bryce is the head of this cult that Ichiban's mom became a part of, and it started as a charity organization, he turned it into a criminal organization on the DL and got a ton of recruits and buried them in all the underworld organizations who just serve him because he's a cult leader and they're fanatical about him. Okay, it's ridiculous, but it's not the most ridiculous thing Yakuza's done, and it's at least kind of sort of understandable. So he actually is the one pulling the strings all over Hawaii, and his end goal is to turn an island that's sacred land for the cult before he took it over into a nuclear waste disposal site, and then charge all the countries of the world that he makes a deal with to store their nuclear waste there. Okay, don't don't see a problem with this, but the
It's like a less entertaining version of the plot of Johnny English.
yeah, like this is standard business nuclear waste deals, happens all the time. But this is apparently just evil because they're what they're doing is they're taking all the yakuza that can't get jobs in Japan, and the one of the last remaining clans that hasn't dissolved, the Siryu clan, is rebranding themselves as a legitimate business to send workers to the island to help with nuclear waste disposal. And because it's just they're cutting corners and doing it on the cheap, all these yakuza are going to die of a magic anime cancer if they go. So okay, that's a little dumb. But
Different magic anime cancer to Kiryu's magic anime cancer.
no, same type because his was caused by radiation poisoning as well.
I see.
So
So are they all going to start seeing the world as Ichiban does?
that would be make for a very entertaining sequel, but I don't think so. Because they do stop the plot. They expose how poorly the facilities kept up and what they're actually doing with all the stuff. And I don't even know how this is going to successfully stop the deal, but it does apparently. The bigger deal is that Bryce is a omnicidal maniac, and all his connections to the underground make him, to keep his position of power, just murder everybody that even is a little bit of a threat to him. That's the bigger problem with Bryce. But his main overarching goal is just he just wants to do a regular business deal. Woohoo. So it kind of rings hollow, and it's really, really bad because the writers don't understand how nuclear waste works. Like they just don't get it. Like they don't understand that you have to bury this stuff underground. That putting it inside a lead container and burying it deep underground is about the only thing you can do with it, and it's not going to permanently destroy the environment as long as you seal the area you bury it in and just let it basically decay over time. Like it's just they have bought into the propaganda narrative of just nuclear bad, basically, and it's very annoying throughout the whole thing, and takes that bit of realism the main story usually has with motivations and kind of flushes it down the toilet because it can't happen that way because that's not how nuclear waste works. The way they present it as a magical green, ominous, glowing barrel that just, if not stored completely properly, will give everybody magic anime cancer. I mean, I'm sure you've seen media that
Barrels of doom, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, you've seen media treat it like that before. It happens all the time. It's just the narrative, and if you're indoctrinated in it, I guess that's what you believe. So the main story in this game is significantly more ridiculous than the other ones. Even Yakuza 7, which was big on the funny when Ichiban's stories first got introduced. I mean, you had side stories that were silly, but the main story remained fairly serious the whole way and led up to the dissolution of the Tojo clan and the Omi alliance, and all the fallout that came with that, and the political machinations of Arakawa's thought to be biological son turned out his biological son was actually, because some silly melodrama happened of two babies getting stuffed into the coin lockers in the same night. That's the kind of ridiculousness I can believe because that's just dramatic soap opera writing. That's what you do when you write a Yakuza story. The nuclear waste stuff I don't buy because it's just not based in reality. But everything that happened in that story was relatively grounded, and the only fantastical thing that happened was one of the villains is a master of disguise that can make himself look and sound like literally anybody. And he's an assassin that's used as a plot element to fill in a plot hole near the end, and that's about as bad as it gets. And this one, Bryce has a pet giant squid and shark that he sends to attack you.
Well, I mean, you've met those before.
Yeah.
I saw you hunting them.
Mm-hmm. But and Kiryu actually, because it's Ichiban that fights both of them, because he deals with the Hawaii side while Kiryu deals with the last remaining Yakuza in Japan for his half of the story. And Ichiban gets to these things, and in the post game, you have to fight a souped up version of the shark and the squid. And and Kiryu's like, "Have you ever fought anything like this before?" He's like, "Yeah, last time we were here. You ever fight one before?" It's like, "With a spear gun." I guess we'll have to just punch it. But yeah, so the main villain for the Hawaii arc, not a big fan of. Kiryu's stuff with the agents, not a big fan of. Kiryu's stuff with the ex Yakuza though is actually fairly interesting, and you see Kiryu genuinely trying to get people to go down the path of redemption and walk away from the Yakuza and stop uh, the current Yakuza leader from putting these people in a situation where they're going to die or be forced into servitude. Like these people deserve a second chance at life, and Kiryu's so gone at this point and knows he has so little time left that he's even begging the main villain at the end to please go to the police after he's beat the crap out of him, atone. Like you can't make anything better if you're dead. Go to jail and serve your time and then work to be better. And that's a big message they try to push through is redemption and atonement in this game. It doesn't work a lot of the time, because it doesn't work with Ichiban because Ichiban's an idiot. Like he just is a delusional, naive, goody two shoes to begin with, and is only part of the Yakuza because a Yakuza saved his life and he felt indebted to him. Like so, him
He's like, are we the baddies type of guy?
yeah, like in the opening for Yakuza 7, he almost gets his finger cut off because he refuses to do debt collections. Like like that's the kind of idiot that Ichiban is. I mean, he's a nice guy, and he gets called the hero of Yokohama eventually at the end of that game because he's a genuine altruist. But he's also a naive idiot. So but him going around just trusting everybody because he chooses to and trying to get people on the path of redemption doesn't mean a whole lot because that's just kind of his default behavior. When Kiryu does it though, Kiryu has had moments in the past where he's just decided this person's done. I can't have them around anymore. Like he was a dyed in the wool yakuza, nicer than most of them, and more willing to help out the random street person in Kamurocho, but still a yakuza. So he actually has stuff to atone for, and understands the kind of weight that can put on put on somebody's shoulders. So it becomes a bit more genuine from him, which is nicer. But you may be thinking, if you played Yakuza 7, why are all the ex Yakuza winding up at this new guy running the Siryu clan's waste disposal facility instead of going with Daigo, Majima, and Saejima and their security company? Well, it turns out this dude sabotaged that whole effort to rehabilitate the Yakuza, and and basically made them crash and burn. And incredibly uncharacteristically, Majima, Saejima, and Daigo are in the middle of bum f nowhere, just hanging out in a shack in the snow, cooking meat over a fire in the middle of a log cabin because they've been run out of society and their security company failed. I'm like, this is not the Daigo, Majima, or Saejima that I know. Those guys wouldn't let themselves get down, even if they're getting old. Like, come on, guys. But Kiryu basically tells them that, goes and punches them in the face, is like, are you idiots dead, or are you going to actually try and, keep living? Because this is pathetic. And so yeah, they get off their butts and they help Kiryu assault the Millennium Tower because it's always the Millennium Tower and go punch the Siryu clan leader in the face. So the fractured nature of the story makes it very hard for me to put a general feeling on it because I like parts of the Kiryu story. I don't like parts of the Kiryu story. I like the side stories' wackiness a lot of the time, even and some of them are genuinely heartfelt stories. But I don't like the main premise of the main story. I think it's just garbage for Ichiban's. But I like a lot of the characters. I like the starter villain a lot for Ichiban's side of the story. Yamai is a great starter villain, and he actually becomes a frenemy, I guess, for Ichiban at the end. Like they have punched up so much, and it turns out he was only hunting Ichiban's mom because all the other criminal gangs were. He actually has no clue why she's valuable. Turns out why she's valuable is Bryce is an illegitimate leader of the cult, and she ran away with his daughter, who is in the will of her grandfather, the actual new leader of the cult. And the cult was apparently not always a cult; it was just a charity organization that used all the trappings of old Hawaii religions for its aesthetic and its names and stuff. And Bryce is the one that turned it into a genuine cult because people won't die for you if you're not a cult leader. They're not going to die for the leader of a charity organization. So Yamai has no idea about this. He doesn't have a clue what's going on. He's just going after her because. So yeah, it's a mixed bag main story, man. Like it makes it land somewhere in the middle of the pack. It's not as dumb as the end of Yakuza 5 or Yakuza 6, but it's also not super great either at any point. Like it has a bunch of relatively high points and a bunch of pretty low points and points that don't make sense. So it lands somewhere near the lower middle of the pack, I think. Like your best Yakuza games are still the Judgment games, obviously. I've talked about them nonstop and how good they are. The Kaito Files, Yakuza 0. The main story of Yakuza 7 is genuinely good the whole way through. You know, Yakuza 2, Yakuza 4, all those are better than this one. It's probably like the annoyances in Yakuza 8's main story land it somewhere like alongside Yakuza 1 in its early installment weirdness in terms of quality of storytelling. But it's not as bad as Yakuza 5, 3, or 6, or 7.5. Like Dragon Gaiden is the worst game. Period. Period end. Like 6 and 7.5 are just holy crap, go watch those on YouTube. Don't play those.
I see.
So yeah. That covers the main story. I need to figure out where the heck this is going. Okay. Catch a thief. So that leads us to the remaining side content that I haven't talked about yet and the post game. So you may remember a few years ago, I started my Yakuza adventure. Or I started the playthrough of the full series. I had played several of the games, but had plenty that I hadn't gone through, and decided to go through all the ones I hadn't played in chronological. And that just kind of stopped. And a big reason for that was I saw Yakuza 8 get released, and then I saw them release the post game, the DLC, and New Game Plus as a separate purchase for $25. And while $25 ain't a whole lot to me, it's not nothing. It's more the principle of the thing of I just don't want to give you full price money for that. That's stuff you should include in the base game. So I waited until a bundle deal was on during a Steam sale, and I got it together for like probably like 40 or 30 or $40. So we have that. So I have not talked about them at all, but there are the dungeons in this game, which are a replacement for all the grindy areas they set up in the previous games in case you wanted to just go grind. These are completely procedurally generated from a limited tile set. Just areas to go and do stuff. or just do combat basically and grind up your job levels or your character levels, or and get decent loot by completing them. The loot tables are fixed, so you can farm stuff in there. Basically, just so you ain't got to go figure out where something is out in the open world. You can get the best stuff from the dungeons. And oh boy, are they boring! Because you will have to repeat them many times for completion, many times, and there just ain't a whole lot to them. It's just that same procedurally generated tile set over and over and over again for each floor. Each floor set has a slightly different tile set, and the 3 dungeons all have different ways they can lay out. The last one in the DLC at least has enough effort to be a little bit interesting in the way it can look and lay itself out, but it ain't by much. And they basically serve the main 2 dungeons. One Ichiban gets one, and Kiryu gets another, and then one's post game DLC where you can use both parties together and just mix and match however you want. They just they basically serve to make it so that there's a vector to include a bunch of funny references to the older games as bosses, and this is where they stick the Amons for Kiryu. Now, Ichiban doesn't have an equivalent to the Amons. Like, Shin showed up at the end of Yakuza 7 as the mega super boss, but he's the Amons are kind of like Kiryu's thing. They're his super boss, and their whole story is in fact they're obsessed with Kiryu because they want to be the strongest, and he keeps one-upping them, and people know him as the strongest, so they want to go beat him up. And they're always the final completion reward at the end of those. So yeah, that's kind of Kiryu's thing. So what do they do for Ichiban? Well, they have him fight a bunch of robot Onomichios of different elemental specialties.
I see.
It just is not very good. The Amons are always a treat when they show up, but they make a very big mistake in this one that I don't know how it slipped past anybody. Localization, the original dev team. It's actually the original team's fault because it's the wrong Amon with the wrong model. They have Shin Amon as the representative Amon again this game, but they put him on Joe Amon, his dad's model. And when all the Amons show up, Joe is using Shin's model, and they just cocked it up. There's no joke about it anywhere. There's no reference to it. They just screwed up. And this is kind of mind-blowing given the budget for this game. Like this was supposed to be their big release, and they just kind of dropped the ball hard there. The in-game bonus dungeon where you use both of them has the funniest floor completion stories because they go with the tried and true formula of whenever you complete a floor set of 5 floors, you can get a checkpoint, and you'll get a little short cutscene of the characters. Slots. You'll get a short little cutscene of the characters going and hanging out to celebrate clearing the floor, and they go with the tried and true formula of boys and girls are different, and the boys and girls will usually break up, and the boys will wind up in a compromised situation. The girls will find out about it, and shenanigans happen. I mean, just
right, the classic.
Yeah, the classic. Like the girls decide that they want to make a home cooked meal at the bar since they're staying at the bartender's bar where Coco and the villain of Yakuza 3 run it. They're like, oh, we'll cook from home today. It'll be fine. So the girls stay to prepare the kitchen and get all the vegetables ready and all that. And the boys are like, okay, we'll go fishing for some fresh fish for dinner. So all the boys go out to the pier and start fishing. And they can't catch any fish, but Kiryu manages to hook a perfectly sealed porno mag. Somehow. And so all the guys, no matter how stoic, are like, sometimes you gotta take a break from fishing. If things aren't going your way, sometimes Sometimes you just got to deal with what's in front of you. And so they all gather around this thing, and for 6 hours are sitting here ogling this porno mag until it gets dark.
6 hours.
Yeah, it goes from daylight to dark. They're like, oh crap,
That
it's
must have been the most engaging illicit magazine of all time.
mm-hmm. So so they get back, they realize they're gonna be late, like, okay, we'll just go get some fish from the market. So of course, being the geniuses they are, they go get tuna from the market, and they're like, oh yeah, you won't believe what we caught today. Fresh tuna. They're like, there's no way the sticks that you took out there to go fishing with could haul in fully grown tuna. And then while the girls are calling pressing X to doubt on this, the porno mag falls out of Kiryu's pocket. And
Because it would.
yeah, because that's comedic timing for you. So the scenes are all like that. Another one is like after clearing the floor, people look at Sony and she's like, what do you want to do? You haven't picked anything. She's like, I don't really want to do anything with full group. But she looks at the girls like, I could go for a girls' night out though and just get brunch or something. And kind of odd for the criminal queen and everybody of that sector of Vicencio, but everybody's like, okay. So the girls go get brunch, and the guys are still around. They're just kind of excluded from the group chat. So they get the bright idea to solid snake Ichiban towards the table with a cardboard box.
But why?
Because they hear things like relationship, boyfriend, we must find out. So they see a cardboard box, they rock, paper, scissors, and Ichiban is now solid snaking his way towards the girls. Goes exactly as you would expect. They say something ridiculous. Ichiban freaks out and stands up out of the box, revealing himself by accident. Uh-oh. And admonishment from the girls happens. This is the through line for the first 4 stories.
Ichiban really is a retard.
Yeah. So then you've got the last main story bit, and that there isn't really a post scene that's a full story event for the other one, just a celebratory hanging out on the beach with fireworks as you walk out of the dungeon. But this ominous dungeon, the final boss is a golden version of the pet squid that Bryce had, and it can talk. And it is literally just an avatar for a bunch of beleaguered game developers that are being forced to churn out a video game in crunch time. And just whines about it the whole time before the fight.
I see.
Like, it is a full meta joke. I'm like, I don't like that. Like, you are Yakuza. You write the funny stories in the universe, even if they're ridiculous and make no sense. Don't do the meta thing. That's not you. Please.
Well, they might just not care anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I get the feeling there's a lot of uncertainty on what to do with Yakuza now that the original project lead is gone, and some of the team went with him, and they don't know what to do with Ichiban or Kiryu because they're being mandated to keep Kiryu around. Like the whole story is for Kiryu's end is he has resigned himself to the cancer, like it's going to kill him. He's taken the full realist view of it, but all his friends are telling him you need to live on and get treated and see if you can beat this, because I know that the Kiryu I know wouldn't die to some disease. That's not what's going to be what kills him. And so he goes to get treatment. So, given that this is Yakuza, it's going to work more than likely, and he's still going to be around. And I just think the writers don't know what to do anymore with it, because they've gone a very, very wacky direction with Ichiban and seem to be doubling down on it without that core heart serious story to ground everything ridiculous happening in the side stories and the world around it. Now we've leaked the wacky directly into the main story, and we're still stuck with Kiryu despite trying to set up Ichiban as a new protagonist. And Ichiban's fine. I like Ichiban. But, I mean, and I like Kiryu too, but they just don't know what to do with Kiryu now. Because 3 times now, the mofo's been written in a way that's like, okay, this is your finale. We're done. We're moving on. You can have your retirement. You've earned it. And so I'm worried about the future of the franchise because I don't think they know what to do. They seem to just be throwing a whole bunch of stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. So yeah, it's a very mixed bag game. Bunch of the mini games are high quality. A bunch of the mini games are copy pasted from the old games. You know, Hawaii's fun enough to explore. It's a very nice to be able to run around a city in a Yakuza game and actually be able to read the signs on everything. Being
The
able,
signs, like in legit English, or
yeah, they're in legit English. They're parodies of the actual area in Hawaii. Like Kamurocho is the parody of whatever area it's of the red light district Tokyo. Like it's they just have names changed to the stop copyright, but it's always something similar. Like the whatever Hawaiian word the shopping center is in this area of Honolulu. It sounds similar to Anaconda, or it's like Honda or something, some Hawaiian gobbledygook. But they just changed it to the Anaconda Shopping Center. But it's laid out exactly like the Anaconda Shopping Center. Yeah, but like Mahalo Coffee. Yeah, I know that's a coffee shop. Yeah, I can just walk over here and see like bike rentals, Hawaii. Okay, like they do extensive location stuff because these areas Pigeon Family Market. That's probably legally distinct from whatever its actual name is. You
I
do
don't
get
know. Pigeons are pretty important to the Yakuza mythos at
yeah,
this point.
Mahalo shaved ice. Like not sure about Pua Girl. Like a swimsuit shop. No Nimana. That's a hat shop. But yeah, so they do have Sail, Explore South. No idea what that is. Hotel Waterline. Anu World Market. Like, yeah, so it's mostly in English. Smoking prohibited by law, maximum fine $50. Forest Information Center. Aloha Beach map. Notice park closed to public between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. unless authorized by permit. Notice this area is subject to 24-hour surveillance. The entry to the proper beach. But yeah, it's just it's a nice novelty to be able to just look and read the actual world without having to open the map and hover over an icon to see what something is. So that's been a nice novelty, but yeah, I don't know where they're gonna go with it. I have trouble recommending the turn-based Yakuza games in general because while they have made a lot of substantial improvements to the turn-based combat, at the end of the day, it's still a numbers game, and there is no interesting or fun combinations of things you can do or puzzles to solve to make yourself busted. It's just make your numbers stupid big. Are your numbers fatter? You win. Like they still haven't nailed down the any kind of complexity in turn-based combat, which is kind of understandable given that it's an entire genre shift for the franchise. They both the developers don't know what they're doing with it yet, and they're probably scared of going too complex for their audience because you're not really here in a Yakuza game to play something deep and complex. They hit a nice balance with Lost Judgment in that they gave a very expressive combat style. But in that same token, while that style is very expressive and fun to mess around with, you can just sit in crane style and turn on EX boost and press triangle to get your way through the whole game.
It's not as funny as Snake.
No, it's not. So that like they found a way to do it, and you can crank the difficulty up in Judgment really high to make it so you actually have to use all your tools. Yeah, just a whole lot of weird stuff stops me from recommending the turn-based games, unfortunately. If you do them, don't try and complete them. Don't be like me. Don't have to go to somebody and explain to them "'twas the tism, my lord," for why you completed a turn-based Yakuza game. Because it's just pain.
Everything that you've said about this over the past, year or whatever that you've been doing this project is like, if you aren't going to like seriously engage with the mythos from start to finish, you might as well just play Lost Judgment.
Like Judgment and Lost Judgment, the duology are just the ways to. I would recommend most people experience it if they only have a passing interest. I would say start with those. It's the mainline Yakuza games. Well, 1 through 6 don't. 1 and 2 are linked. You would have to play them both together. Um, 0 you could get into by itself, but 3, 4, 5, and 6 I would avoid. If you if you want to get into the main Yakuza universe that isn't the Judgment games, I would do 0, 1, and 2. Skip 3 through 6, but watch the highlight cutscenes from 6 on YouTube. And then play 7. And then, depending on how much you can stomach the turn-based nature of 8 and how simple it is for a turn-based game, you can consider it. But I would not wholeheartedly recommend that you do. Because there's just a lot of problems with this game's story, and it's still got that very simple turn-based vibe going on. But yeah, there have been high points. Like, you do need to play the other ones to understand it, but I love 4. I thought 4 was great. Like, I love 0. I love the Judgment games. Yakuza 2 was great. But there have been low points too. It is very much so an up and down franchise, with very high highs, but some pretty bad lows too. That being 6 and 7.5. So yeah. And that's about where we're at with it. I can't think of anything else to talk about. Stuff will probably still creep back in because this game just has so much junk in it. It's a very big game. Like they clearly use the dev time that they saved by the year that Gaiden's release came out being almost exclusively recycled content and an incredibly simple writing and functionally no sub stories to put all that dev time into making Hawaii huge and full of stuff. But that's basically all I can really say unambiguously about 8 is it's just a huge video game. Like it's just big. And I once I complete this new game plus playthrough on legend difficulty, I don't see myself playing it again. Ever. Like these turn-based games just have the problem that they're too simple for people that have already solved the turn-based puzzle in the past, and they just have so much junk to do in them that if your TISM gets triggered at all, it takes forever to do anything. I'll be checking out the Majima game eventually. It's not a top priority after that, but it'll be soon-ish, probably. Definitely before the end of the year, but not my immediate next game that I'll play. I've been wanting to play the boomer shooter, not pure boomer shooter, but it's close enough, of Ultra Kill. I've seen a lot of gameplay of that going around, and it looks like a lot of fun to play. I was thinking of trying that out to get a lighter game break in something that's not as big, but a bit
People
more.
say the music is awesome. That's what I mainly hear about it.
Yeah. So I own it. I got it. I got it on sale when it was having a thing with a bunch of YouTubers playing it. They put it on sale one time, but I haven't played it much yet. I've booted it and like played through the first world. Haven't really sat down and done anything with it yet. So probably will do that next. I have no gacha to talk about whatsoever, and all just weekly. I wanted to get done with Yakuza 8 so I can get it off my thinking list. And the other thing this week, because we're stretching for time, has been the new computer that I mentioned. So the RAM came in early, way earlier than I thought, and it arrived in a very sketchy cardboard box with the most bubble wrap possible around the RAM, like it was protecting a precious treasure. And they overtaped the dumb thing.
Realistically, a gem would be worth less on
Yeah.
the current market.
So my little 32 gigs of RAM came in, and I'm like, well, I can put the box together right now, but I wasn't expecting this, so I don't have anything backed up yet, and I was still humming and hawing about what OS to use. I think I've got a
That's
plan.
always the thing that makes me put off rebuilding the longest is the thought of having to sort through all of my crap and do backups and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I've got one drive completely backed up. I've got most of the other drive completely backed up, but I want to back up some of the program file stuff just to have in case there's some save data in there for a game or something that I want to pull out, and they're being a bit of a pain in the butt and causing issues for copying over. So I need to figure out which folder pain copying it piecemeal or to drive manually. So that'll take a little bit, and then I think I've come to a decision on what to do about the operating system, because the original plan was I'll just put Windows 10 on it, and if they force me to upgrade then I'll just suck it up and find a way to work around Microsoft. Um, Problem, I had got a B850 motherboard, uh, and these things really, from all the reading I'm doing online, do not want you to install Windows 10. They have all kinds of issues if you do, and you should, if you're going to install Windows on it, you should put. So my only decision that took my decisions down from Windows 10, Windows 11, or Linux down to Windows 11 and Linux. Um, I'm like, well, crap. I didn't notice that when I bought it, but I'm kind of stuck with it now. So I think the current plan is just to get the dumb thing up and running. We're going to put Windows 11 on it. I went to a YouTuber who's generally recommended for this kind of stuff, and found a whole bunch of GitHub stuff that he recommends for turning off all the telemetry and AI junk and Copilot, and as much of the Microsoft spyware as people could identify uh, from Windows 11 to make it a more palatable experience that doesn't eat nearly as much RAM. So we'll try that, see how bad it is, and if that's just not going to work, we'll pivot early on. We'll see how that goes. But the case is assembled, everything's in there, it fits. I got a stonking huge case this time to avoid the issue of last time. Um,
I guess the LAN party is dead. You don't need a case that you can carry anymore.
yeah.
I miss the LAN party.
Yeah. Well, if I was gonna play games at a LAN party nowadays, I would take a Steam Deck and then just have a get together. Because the portable Steam Deck kind of solves most of those issues. Like most things you would play at a LAN party, you can run on that. You can't run the Blizzard games, but I mean, who plays those anymore?
I've got quite a powerful laptop, relatively speaking, so I've got mobile computing options. Mainly, my design brief for my last build was to make one that was very quiet, because my previous one made a huge racket, and so I was overly sensitive to the computer being noisy again. But I probably won't put such a strong restriction on it next time I do a build, but I just hate doing the transition process. And I also hate installing CPUs and CPU coolers. Like, it just drives me up the wall, as I'm so on edge the entire time I'm doing it. That's
So
the other part that I hate.
finally, they have figured out. I have some good news and some bad news about modern, like at least AMD AM5 compatible processors. The good news: you don't have to fudge with the backplate anymore. That's great. Makes the process of adult Legos way easier. Uh, the bad news for me specifically, I wasn't going to water cool this thing. I think TBH, I think water cooling's overrated. I have not seen people come back with performance reports that are worth the hassle of installing it and the potential maintenance issues. So I never do water cooling. But I'll pull up my. I'm not showing that on my screen. I will pull up the cooler I got and give you guys a warning about the dumb thing. that it's a pain in the butt. So while I was going through, I was trying to find something for a cooler. I didn't really care too much about price, but I wanted something that was, a good cooler and wasn't going to be too big of a pain to install, and most importantly, was quiet for the CPU and didn't cause any issues inside the case with RAM clearance or anything like that. So those were my priorities when it came to putting it together. And the one
Yeah, my
recommend
RAM sticks are hard up against the edge of my cooler.
So I found one that was very highly recommended for RAM clearance in particular. It's a very big cooler, but I'm like, okay, that's workable. And that the fans on this thing go on after you've already installed the heatsink. Okay, that's nice. Problem: the fans look identical on both sides, and you have it's very. It took me 30 minutes to figure out the orientation of these things to make sure the exhaust and the intake were on the right spot. So if you get this thing and the fan clips on it, I'll paste a picture of it in the flipping because this was the only part of the build that drove me flipping nuts. It's called the Thermalite Peerless Assassin 120 SE.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah. So it comes, as you can see, it comes with those little fan clips. You have to figure out what holes they go in. They don't come pre-installed with the fans. You got to put those, somehow weave those through, and then you've got to clip them to the radiators or the heat sinks. And that is a right pain in the butt, and those stupid heat sinks are sharp. Well, sharp enough. They're not razor blade sharp, but they'll cut you if you rip your finger across them. And
I think I had much difficulty attaching my ones. I think that they went on quite comfortably.
this has not been a problem in the past, but I haven't usually got ones this big, and getting those things to stretch and clip securely was a pain. And then the bigger problem though is figuring out what orientation the fans are supposed to go. Like, I really need to get this right the first time because I don't want to crack this open and have to undo these clips. So that thing was a pain in the butt, but the rest of the build was smooth. Um, um, assuming I haven't tried to boot it yet. But the box was assembled late yesterday. So it's all put together. When Vol's reading the email, I might go run and take a picture of it. I'll take the side panel off because it's still on the coffee table, and I'll show you what it looks like inside of it. Show you the case I got. But yeah, it's that thing should not have any problems for the foreseeable future, and that thing is going to be my rig forever.
I don't know if it's actually worth me even changing my M2 drives. I just kind of want to carry them over, which just annoys me all the more that I can't just plug it straight into a new rig.
Yeah,
Because I
motherboard.
don't think that the technology has actually changed very much as far as M2 drives are concerned.
No.
I'm pretty sure that that more or less they arrived, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I am.
And I seem to recall that I've got one that's relatively low spec, and I've got one that was relatively high spec for the time, so they're probably still sitting in the middle where they were before. I don't think that they will have moved very much.
Yeah.
But because M2 drives are going up in price as well, aren't they?
Yep. There are.
Yeah, and I was just thinking about what would it take for me to build one, but it's like, ugh, it's too much work. I don't want to go to all the effort. I reckon my main board CPU still has quite a bit of life left in it. I'm not in a huge hurry to change it. I just haven't bothered to assess exactly what things I've got that are CPU bound and what things are whatchamacallit, graphics card bound. But I wonder if like my better one is how much. Oh, I can't find it. I'm trying to see if I can find out whether the price on the one that I bought has gone up, or if they still sell it. Because I bought my main M2 drive was 229 New Zealand dollars when I bought it, and it is now the equivalent is 511. That's a lot of. That's a lot of dollars, man.
Mm-hmm. A big, like I said before on the last show, a big reason I'm doing this upgrade now is because I've got somebody in the market to just take my old PC and buy it off me. So, and I'll be getting a substantial chunk of change for that to offset the cost. And this puts me in a position where I'm future proofed, and I just don't have to think about the rising prices of PC for a very long time.
See, what's the actual difference in specs? The difference in specs is freaking trivial. My goodness. Like it's gone up by like 450 megabytes per second. Like
Mm-hmm.
the one that I have in my PC now for my boot drive, which is my faster one. My other one is about half the speed, but my faster one is 7,000 megabyte per second read, and the latest one is 7,450. So yeah, I think I would just keep my old M2s. Thanks.
Yeah, M2's. I don't think it's worth it to upgrade to the newest ones if you just got an M2 general. Like,
Yeah, they've I did a health check on them a while back, and they've still got like 98% of their lifespan. So yeah.
so for a bit, uh, uh, you're not gonna run into an issue with that for a long, long time. And even if they do get
Because
pricey, they're at least easy to replace.
when I do a rebuild, I don't want to spend any money I don't need to, even if I can afford it, simply because I don't think it's worth it. It's basically a scam at this point.
You need to go an entire generation plus your jump to make it worth it. It's just
Yeah, by the time the M2 drives have changed enough, well, by the time storage solutions have changed enough to justify upgrading, they'll probably be a totally different format anyway. So
and we're not. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of movement in the consumer sector for PC parts. I think
yeah,
we'll
there's no money in it compared to data centers, so they're just not going to bother.
so that's if you future proof now, or if you've got a rig now that already works, you don't need to won't need to think. Um,
Yeah, like I said in the previous show, my next upgrade will probably just be power supply graphics card, depending on, as always, whether or not I can find a graphics card that fits comfortably within my case, which has sort of like exactly 330 millimeters of space lengthwise.
yeah, that's what happened to me last time. My case, I trusted the numbers on the box, and it was off by like 10 millimeters. So that's how I wound up in the position my old case was at, with stuff wedged up against with the GPU wedged up against the fan. So yeah, um, it's put together. I don't obviously haven't used it yet, so I can't give you the skinny on how well it works or all the new fun stuff I can do with a much beefier card. VR will be fun on it because the only games right now that consistently make me wish I had a top of the line card are VR games because they just take so much oomph to to get going. I always have to turn the settings down in those, but yeah, we will look great. You know, I'm still playing some modern-ish or modern games like the Yakuza games. I don't have to turn them down very much, but I do have to kill like shadows and volumetric fog a little bit on them. But I'll be able to run those at full power, and that'll be nice. So yeah, I'll have to look forward to test it all out. But I won't have a report for that until until I actually boot the thing and try it.
And you're also out like 6 grand.
It was 3,800, I think, minus The 1150 I'm selling the old PC for New Zealand bucks. Yeah, like 5 grand. Yeah, our currencies have got so hard to compare to each other lately.
Yeah, it do be that way. Well, our respective governments both keep printing more money.
Yeah, in
Ain't nobody asked them to do that.
yeah, and in addition to that, you got just the wacky whatever the companies think they can get away with for pricing in our regions. So even stuff that's the same product, it won't be at parity if you just do a price number conversion most of the time. All usually gets the shorter end of the stick by a little bit every time.
Yeah, well, it's just because people can't buy volume in this country since you don't move very much in the way of goods normally. But yeah, that's why I'm sort of hoping that there'll be a refresh of some kind announced for something in Nvidia's line, so that I can hoover up the stock that they try and shed, so that they can make room for the new stock.
Yeah,
But the thing is that Nvidia doesn't care about the consumer market anymore. Well, most companies don't anymore. So I don't know if there's going to be any movement in that space. If there's not, well, I mean, then it might as well, anytime I feel like it, I could upgrade and I wouldn't be losing anything. But yeah, you never really know what they're going to do. I mean, realistically, as we have established historically, the most surefire way to get companies to move is for one of us to buy in, so that we get screwed.
oh yeah, don't worry, I've already taken that hit. Just wait. The microsecond I get that new PC up and running, and I've sold the old PC and I'm now locked into it, all of a sudden the AI boom is going to crash.
Yeah, bubble will burst. All be over. Everybody will be wailing because their data centers gone bankrupt, and there'll be like $2 RAM sticks on the market.
Yeah, I threw RAM in Part Picker for 64 gigs just because I was curious. Holy crap! Like we're looking at you're over $1,000 for 64 gigabytes of RAM, US dollar reduce.
There's a small company starting up, um, that is designing a graphics card. They've got some of the prototypes already ready for fabrication, um, which has a laptop RAM slot on the graphics card, so you can actually add more VRAM, which is worth a lot more to a gamer than adding more system RAM.
Yeah,
But yeah,
yeah,
getting off the ground as a competing graphics card company is one of the toughest things you could attempt to do in the computer space, and it's probably only even feasible because of um, Nvidia basically bailing out of giving a toss about the consumer space at all. So yeah, it would be nice if there was some more competition in the market, so that we don't have this freaking monopoly constantly hanging over everything. Speaking of, did you see the news about the antitrust lawsuit against the RAM companies?
I did not.
Well, there is one going. I don't know a great deal about it, but basically they're getting done for antitrust by a bunch of people that are suing them, like the big ones like Samsung, um, Hynix, and Micron, and basically because their pattern of behavior is pretty much easy to characterize in court as anti-competitive. Like, for instance, when they slashed their sort of like investment in consumer RAM, that all three of the main companies decided to slash their manufacturing at the same time.
Yeah,
Whereas, like in a competitive space, what you're going to expect is that companies will see the opportunity to fill the demand,
yeah,
whereas they all backed off from the market at the same time in the exact same amounts, leaving just a hole in the market.
yep. So
And this is one of those things that it comes under whatchamacallit, um, monopoly laws.
yeah, it's the same kind of deal that the telecom companies in the U.S. get away with, but they get around the antitrust laws by the government, basically.
But yeah, so there's a lawsuit going. I mean, the the um the issue is, like, can the courts even deal out enough damages to matter
Yeah,
at this point?
yeah. The profit margin on the new RAM is so ridiculous, and they all price fixed it at the same time that it doesn't matter if you hit them with a $10 million fine. No, not really. They're making bank off of this stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if you find them like 10% of their year-over-year revenues, they probably would still be making bank. So,
Yeah, like this is they can get done for it, and like you would have to impose penalties on operation. A fine would not cut it here, and I just don't have a lot of faith in the courts to do it right.
well,
I
it's also being tried in California. So,
really don't have a lot of faith in the courts to do it right. Though the AI and the RAM shortage is one of those few things that everybody can plainly see is BS and everybody is against. So
the judge is also a woman.
yeah, we're screwed. Well, we may not be screwed because if there's somebody that's going to spend way too much time on social media hearing about the problems with the RAM shortage, it's going to be a Twitter addicted girl.
I don't know anything about the judge's social media habits. For some reason, California seems to have a huge surplus of female judges.
Yeah, hurt on my head. Yeah, I mean, I would love for the AI market to crash. The apostles, like I told him that I'm like, I'm hoping every day for a crash in that market because it's just making PC gaming impossible. But, I don't want it to crash. I got so much stock in Nvidia. I'm like, shut up, Boomer.
But now I want it to crash even more.
Yeah. And it's very hard to read the market on this because it's all in the nebulous hands of whimsical investors and potential profit in the future and how long people can wait and how much faith they have in this stuff. And you just can't get a good vibe for that. So yeah, I I've got the new PC built. It's good to go with how it's set up. I need to boot it, make sure it boots. I put those RAM sticks in the wrong slots. I've read the manual twice to be sure I did, but if I put them in the wrong slots, I'm gonna be mad again. Should be in slots 2 and 4. Make sure it's all set up and run the clean outs. Actually, I'll probably just update it raw without running the cleanup software first to make sure there's no issues with the updates. Get everything up, get all the security stuff updated, and then finally just go through, properly clean it out, and get it all ready to go. So yeah, I I don't like humming and hawing on stuff. That was another reason I got it, and it'd been on my brain for months now, thinking about doing this. Like, I don't know about you, but I can't stand sitting there just going, maybe should I? That drives me nuts. If I can take action, I'll inevitably wind up just doing it to make myself stop having to hum and haw about stuff.
I'm perfectly capable of making plans. I don't just have to run out and do things instantly.
Like, I can make plans. I just when the decision is I'm not sure, inevitably it becomes I'm just gonna do it. Stop thinking about it.
I don't even understand why this is a question. Like, there's never an I'm not sure surrounding upgrading a rig. Upgrading a rig is just on a time frame.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I just like, well, I upgrade my rig every 4 years, but we're in an unusual market at the 4 year mark this time. So I'm just going to add another 12 months on and then reassess the market. That was the whole of my plan. The upgrading the graphics card early is just sort of like a side project. Like, if I see an opportunity where I'm not going to get scammed, or it looks like the graphics card market is completely paralyzed, then I will go ahead with the sort of the side upgrade project, because all of that stuff can be ported to a new build anyway within the 12-month period.
right. So, we have an email. I pulled the old email out of the box, but Sarah sent a replacement email with more text on it, and we should probably do that before we forget.
I'm looking for it. Where are we at here? Oh, it's too big. I need it to be smaller than that.
While you do that, I'm going to go quickly take a picture of the.
How do I open this in my browser? Come on. Open. Here we go. Dear No Excuses. Well, here we are in Deltarune Chapter 5. Drawn with a dangerous amount of weebery for no discernible reason. There is absolutely no indication why a normal American small town flower shop would have Japanese shrines and kitsune when the cast gets isekai'd there, other than Toby Fox being a weeb. In fact, the secret boss was one mech away from causing a weeb singularity from the sheer amount of anime cliches, up to and including the lyrics sung by Hatsune Miku for no reason. Chapter 5 is also the gayest installation of Toby so far, in both modern and classical, think Flintstones, of the word. Highlights include being a third wheel on a lesbian date, having fun with some very fruity flowers, and Toby scoring the biggest accidentally based thing when he made the obvious trans allegory character a textbook definition of autogynephilia. And yes, we know about the Deltarune fan base being literally the worst on the internet, a wretched hive of Yuritards, shippers, and furries, with the furriest being the least worst. However, Chapter 5, all in all, is a lot of fun. Great music, great zones, great gameplay. The bad guy, strike through, antagonist in particular, gives the cast a good run for their money with the way he challenges them. Unfortunately, the actual plot of the game barely goes anywhere, because Chapter 5 is pretty much Toby giving us his own Undertale AU inside Deltarune for no discernible reason. It honestly feels like a fan game at times. As for the usual gacha fare, robot wife get. Unfortunately, I don't really have a team for her. Diona shields, Shilonen reshreds, and Raiden Shogun applies off-field electro while Sandrin goes, I'm a firing my laser! I assume the 7.x characters will have better synergy with Stellar Conduct. There's not much going on in ZZZ. Decided to not get the autistic lolly with rocket artillery in her hat, obvious Blue Archive character, since the most romantic angel is going to be the most obvious meta character. HSR is going to be Rin plus E1 Archer, make collab characters great again. And despite me trying to quit Woowa, I'm installing the patch right now, trying to get the Gyaru before I stop playing for reals this time. Not because I like Gyarus, I don't, but because she is one of the best supports, and I'm sorely lacking those. Serithus.
Oh, with Yarus.
It's the orange skin, man.
I mean, there we go.
You got the wood grain one?
I'm here to tell you, it was the one that had the best clearance and noise profile thing on it. And yeah, I did. I don't mind the wood grain. Pretty sure it's fake wood.
It's a lot of reflection on that there case.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be at the side of my desk anyway. I won't be able to see it unless I look over.
No, I mean, there's more RS Steel in their picture than there is computer.
Oh, and the one with the case, the screen on?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was trying to take the picture quickly, so. So yeah, that's.
Goodness, that case must be enormous. The Mobo looks so small.
Hmm. I was not going to have the same problem as before. I did think I did pretty good with cable management this time, at least. I did like the little plastic flappy things to help with cable management in the back of it. Those are getting more standard now, or an equivalent to them. Bracket's a
I
little
guess
weird, but
I guess now that I use M2 drives, I don't really need to run cables anywhere, so I don't really think about it. There's just the graphics card and the motherboard, and that's it.
yeah. So yeah, that's
But yeah, the grommet to the backside thing that's like, I think I had that on my computer from like freaking 15 years ago. Like that's not a new thing.
no, when I've been more budget conscious, and I've gotten El Cheapo cases before that don't have it.
I got an El Cheapo case once, but I cut myself so many times putting it together that I never did again. They didn't do a very good job deburring it, so all of the raw metal was razor sharp.
Yeah. So yeah, that's that. Thank you for the email, Sarathus. Yeah, new Deltarune looks super gay.
But every Deltarune looks super gay though. How is this one even more gay?
Like I saw a thing pop up for it on YouTube and clicked it out of curiosity because Sarathus mentioned it, and oh my goodness, it looks so gay. Like it's just the most generic like anime twee garbage written by a Westerner that has
But it's really like the apotheosis of millennial crap.
yeah. Like it's not somebody that's writing anime stuff from the West with sincerity because they genuinely like anime. It's somebody that is internet famous writing anime stuff because they're they're a fan and mired in turbo gay California culture wherever he's from, or like turbo gay Reddit culture actually.
Yeah, I can't imagine actually playing that. I'm sorry. I don't even care how good it is. It just disgusts me.
You know, it's so insincere that I just
I watched a start to finish playthrough of the first chapter when Series Fauna played it. So I know sort of roughly the bearing of it, and it's just the most nauseating sort of neurotic millennial pseudo humor drenched in
mhm.
irony of anything that I've ever seen. It's like I said, it's the apotheosis of millennial writing. Like all of the things that are bad about millennial writing raised to the highest possible level.
Yeah. It just it takes that insincerity we complain about all the time to a ludicrous level.
So I would rather like World of Warcraft writing, because at least the morons writing World of Warcraft stories actually think that they're writing a good story, whereas Toby Fox is sort of the person who would write a bad story and then claim it was bad on purpose.
Yeah. I just there was a little bit of like sincerity in the first one. Like he generally genuinely thought he had an interesting idea. It still was gay as heck, and in Undertale that is, but it was incredibly overhyped and all that. But but at least it felt like he was trying to put together something people would enjoy. This just feels like he's going through the motions for the sake of
Well, see, I think I've sort of seen this play out all the way to its logical conclusion before, right? Like people praise Toby Fox, and I don't really understand why, because everything that he has ever done is pretty much just lifted from the Homestuck project he did with Andrew Hussey. Like there's nothing original at all. It's all lifted and reused. Like all the music and stuff is all just basically riffing on a work he did for Andrew Hussey back in the day. And the arc that Homestuck followed as a piece of fiction went all the way from like sincere humor, just sort of like it was sort of like slapstick originally, all the way through to through like extreme irony, then meta irony, then meta irony, and then by the time it got to the end, it was like the author's visible disgust with having the fan base that he had. Like he hated his fans by the end. It was very clear. And everything that he wrote from a certain point in the story was like very obviously fueled by nothing but his hatred of the work and what it had become.
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen the whole arc play out. And since Toby Fox has never done an original work in his life, and everything is basically, rehashes of work that was directed by Hussey, I expect Deltarune will follow the same arc because he doesn't seem to understand what happened and he's doing nothing to avoid it. In fact, he's courting the sort of outcome that Homestuck eventually went through. I mean, if you listen to, earlier versions of the show, you'll be able to tell that I was really enjoying Homestuck. I was quite into it. And then I completely disengaged when it clearly just sort of hit the wall. It jumped the shark in a bad way, a really bad way. And it was very, very obvious that it was caused by the author's own disillusionment with what he had created.
Yeah, I would hate to be one of those old hat internet creators that was around at that time and made something and it got popular, because I could see myself hating the fan base for whatever I would make too. Like they're just all so gay.
That was the exact problem with the Homestuck fandom as well. Like that, they were sort of like the original toxic gay internet fandom.
Like I treat the gayification of any fandom as just kind of an inevitability at this point. Like it just don't don't get too attached
Well,
to
it's
anything you
because
love.
engaging at that level now is not like possible anymore for anybody who isn't utterly dysfunctional. Like it used to be that people had their one thing that they were super into if they were that type of person. Like let's say they were a Star Trek nerd or whatever, and they stayed in their lane as a Star Trek nerd, etc. But these days, it's about like actively going to war against everybody who doesn't agree with you. And so you have to be the most toxic person possible. But the only people who have the time to engage with any type of media in that way are people who are basically, unemployed with some sort of personality dysfunction.
Was the tism, my lord.
No, that would be ennobling it. They don't have the tism, they're just bad people. Like it is moral defect. It is not an illness.
So yeah, it's it's always sad looking at anything from the old internet that I liked. I can't think of a single example where I'm like, yeah, that fan base stuck around and it's still good and has fun people in it. There ain't a single one. The nature of the modern internet has put it in that position.
Well, at
Or
least like the likes of like Homestuck, they shut her down before they went septic.
yeah. Speaking of old internet stuff, in Walkabout Mini Golf, they added a Homestar Runner world hub that you can go run around in. It's got like golf in it that you can do, but it's free play golf, so it's not a proper course. But it's just a whole bunch of Homestar Runner themed little stuff. I haven't booted it yet because I've been in the middle of the PC upgrade and it just came out. But that
Oh,
made me have
Homestar Runner.
that made me go, oh, that's old internet.
Yeah, that one is a real strong example of going out on top. Like Homestuck, like the author came to hate his work so much that he freaking pile drove it into the ground. Um, but like it had sort of a, what do they call it, a gecko ending, which didn't really make much sense, and then it had an epilogue, which was basically a sneer at the audience, um, like way more mean spirited than Mass Effect 3. But the but Homestar Runner sort of like faded in a healthy way.
Yeah, it's
Like it was falling off towards the end, but more or less it shut down while the memories hadn't been tainted.
yeah. And having to come to a solid end wasn't something Homestar Runner ever needed. They didn't need to write like an ending to the Homestar Runner or anything.
No, it was basically a 3-minute gag show.
Yeah, so they could just
And I actually really enjoyed Strong Bad's Cool Game for Attractive People. I thought it was fun. It was not like the greatest game ever, but as a way of sort of like reliving the glory days of the Strong Bad email, I think it was relatively strong.
yeah, I'm doing the storm summoning dance with Kasuga.
Oh dear. You're already summoning the storm.
Mostly just getting it off the beach because it's a spot I have to walk through all the time. Okay. So yeah. For Wuwa, I haven't played the new zone yet. I'll I'll be going into it relatively untainted, so I'll try and give you perspective on that when we get there. Um, let's see what else. Yeah, you don't need to pull. Nobody needs to pull Norma at the moment, and like any person, regardless of the state of their account, if they're even looking at Norma, my sane normal person reaction would be like from a gameplay perspective, like if you were just looking at her for maybe gameplay or anything, just wait for a rerun because she
Yeah,
doesn't.
well, I mean, the thing is that Phone Theron is definitely going to get a rerun before Normal will.
Yeah, like let's
And in
more.
terms of like effect on gameplay, like Phone Theron is way more impactful. You'll have to use a higher skill ceiling. Like Norma's way easier to play,
Yeah,
but in terms of like if you want to just increase the overall effectiveness of your account as a whole, Theron is the way to go. By which I mean dial in, just
yeah,
in case it's not clear.
yeah, yeah. She has a lot of clunk in her kit, but she just really strong. And also, you'll have plenty because Norma isn't needed for any teams right now. Let some new characters come out, see what people are using her for. If she turns out to be just really good on a particular team because of low field time or whatever, and her particular buff she gives, you can consider her then on a rerun. There's no reason to get her right now. Those characters that really want that don't exist yet.
Yeah, I'm really upset that I missed out on Dylan the last time because like there are a lot of characters like that in ZZZ that like the two that come to mind are Dylan and Vivian, who I really liked the design. I pulled for the characters. I failed to get I failed to get the characters, and I ran out of resources. Like this seems to just happen to me in ZZZ. Like I really like their designs, but I don't have them. So hopefully I can get the opportunity to get Dylan again, but we'll have to wait and see. How the resources are going. But since I'm not planning to get Sigrid, I'll probably have some resources, unlike you, who probably will spend everything. But the uh, the real issue is that I can't actually improve my account significantly by just adding more and more stunners to it.
Yeah, there's already like it's just every version of the game needs the midget fire stunner in the first patch. This so far has been a rule for the first three patches. We'll see if it continues. So yeah, you ZZ's probably. I think they got one more event coming. I don't know how significant it is, and then they'll be in a holding pattern for the next major patch.
This it feels like this patch has gone through blindingly fast. It's not
Well,
really significantly faster than any other, but
well, they did have a lot of front loaded stuff this patch. Just do, and they didn't dump it all up front like they normally do. They just made it mostly up front. They gave at least a few days or a week of space between like the shmup Vampire Survivors thing and the when it launched, it had the Bang Boo thing, the auto battle Bang Boo thing, like and we've had little micro combat events and micro story events scattered throughout the start of this patch too. Like there's just they just really haven't stopped putting stuff in. Not to mention the new patch, new zone, new version number patch. So it's just I think it's just they put a lot of stuff up front, so it feels like we've had stuff to do the whole time.
well, hopefully that's not going to result in a desert patch following on from that.
Yeah, I think we got like only one more event on the schedule, unless I've only glanced at the schedule. But the next 3 weeks will be relatively light and easy. I think, unless I'm just totally forgetting something, which is possible. I don't follow the news or the previews as much as Vol does. So, yeah, like I haven't looked at anything of the new Wuwa Zone because I'd rather discover it when I get there. So I don't know how it looks or what anything about it is. Passion too fast. I don't know if Nancy's gonna
Well,
make
I'm
it.
here to tell you that Yang Yang has got a song she totally needs you to hear. And people will stop and sing at you. And it won't happen once.
Yeah, I mean the Oriental aesthetic is a neutral for me. It's not a positive or a negative. So we'll see how well they do it and what it's all like. But yeah, gonna make me throw the crab again. I screwed it up mashing A. I think it might. So yeah. Thank you for the email, Starthus. I can't think of anything else to jump off of. Yeah, I'm mostly focused on for Gacha, just Wuwa and ZZZ. I not playing Genshin right
Well,
now.
you
Not
couldn't focus on Star Rail if you wanted to.
yeah, like
There's nothing to focus on because they haven't made any freaking content.
yeah, like I know there's stuff in Genshin, but I don't feel like playing it right now when I got Wuwa. So yeah, and Star Rail, yeah. I'm also in Genshin. Something that's really stopped me from even thinking about going back to play it right now is when I do go back, I'm going back into not a wall of gameplay, but just a wall of like the mega long story or whatever that I'll have to be in a mood for. That takes a little bit
You
of
definitely will have to be in a mood for it because you're going to be, first and foremost running up against Genshin Bollywood Edition.
yeah. And that's
It is a long story. I loved it, but it's a long story.
yeah, there's going to be a whole lot of yap and not a whole lot of gameplay coming up as a wall, and getting that mood is much harder than just I can pick up and play something. So it's prolonging the time that it'll take me to come back because and check out what's going on because I just that's going to take a certain brain space to start with. Right, and I think all the email stuff commentary I have. Do you have anything before we do news? Might have missed. There ain't much news either.
Don't think I've got any specific commentary to give on Serethus's email, other than what we've already mentioned. I mean, I'm going the Rin and Archer route in the next patch as well, most likely. I mean, the most power out the gate is definitely going to come from the Himiko team, but I feel like that team is going to end up being very restrictive, because if they take like a cycle, like most of a major cycles break from there being new relevant and compatible members of the Astral Express, well, we're gonna just sort of have some difficulties with keeping her team current. So I feel like the reason why she's so powerful out the gate is because they're trying to hedge against her becoming irrelevant too quickly, since she's got such a narrow span of characters that are irrelevant, and also because that way she's basically an E2 merchant. like her verticals are outrageously powerful, the most powerful verticals in the game since Evernight, possibly more powerful than Evernights, and it's basically necessary in order for her to maintain relevance after the current patch, because of her being Astral Express only oriented. And so she's going to fall off a lot like Acheron does, in the sense that Acheron is built entirely on the charity of the current environment's debuff game. So Acheron's extremely powerful right now because Mortonek's Blade is an outrageously powerful debuff for sub DPS. So, Acheron's riding high, but, that is off the back of, debuffers having basically gone into abeyance for an extended period of time because of there just not being any good ones. So Acheron fails in the meantime, and that's where Himiko is going to be. But Archer was still good right up until Rin came along to buff him in the next patch. So I expect that the longevity of that team is going to be quite good, and you can basically support those with anybody who can, keep them alive and feed them skill points. Those are the only requirements. And if you want to go no sustain, you can do that as well, and then put any old supporting buffer in there. Will do the trick. I'm sure a lot of people are just going to run Mortonek's Blade because they run Mortonek's Blade in everything these days, because he's sort of become the new composition agnostic buffer. So yeah, I'm probably going to go that route. The alternative route is to just not pull it all, but I don't think I'm going to be able to resist Rin. I think I'm probably just going to get suckered into pulling for her.
I think the current plan in Star Rail is I want Robin and I want Clankamy.
Nobody even knows what Robin will do yet.
Look, she has fat animal friends with her, and she's Robin. I want one. And beyond that, I'm just pulling for waifu points at this point. Like I've stopped caring about the meta or forming logical teams in ZZZ, other than, or not ZZZ, sorry, Star Rail, other than getting the Elation team up and going. I don't care for the rest of the pulling for gameplay, and I like Robin, so Robin is getting my next pull. Have any weaknesses? So yeah, I'm just plan is pull Robin, pull Clankamy, maybe pull Nilux if it makes the Elation team able to stay alive longer, and that's as far as the planning goes. I'll consider grabbing Rin at some point, but it's not even at the point of humming and hawing yet, because if it's like last time, the banner will be around for so dang long that
based on the preview stream, it's going to be another indefinite banner the same way as Saber and Archer.
Yeah, that I,
Like it's going to be a 4-person banner that stays in the game forever as the current vector.
yeah. So got plenty of time to just throw the occasional pull of that banner and see if it pops up. I only want her to have her, not to make a full team out of her. Stick her on the Archer team because I do have him. Sparkle needs a home, I guess. Oh,
Yeah, the alternative in the skill points route meta wise is to go full retard Sparksy main DPS, which really doesn't work very well. You can do it. There are people who are zero cycling with it, but the investment required is quite high.
yeah. I just want to keep building the elations from the gameplay perspective, and other than that, it's just is it waifu material? Robin is waifu material. Plankamy.
She's a boob.
Plankamy is a robot. So yeah. Oh, I just got woofed. That machine gun. A fully automatic shotgun. There we go. Okay, boss. So yeah. And that's it I got for that. All right, good news. Nothing really happened this week worth talking about, except the only articles I saw popping up were like about Xbox continuing its implosion and firing more people. Microsoft just had a bunch of layoffs. And I was talking to Vol a little bit about this before the show. I don't have any one particular article. I just saw a bunch of little ones pop up around it. Basically, Microsoft fired a crap load of people. Now, this isn't unusual around these times, but Xbox has been floundering and kind of directionless for a while now, and so a bunch of the layoffs came there. And the whole time I'm sitting here thinking, like, the Xbox division at Microsoft, in particular, and they laid off a whole bunch of companies and also cut loose some of their studios. One of which was Ninja Theory, or whichever one of the ninja companies made Dino May Cry, which I laughed quite a bit about. But I'm just sitting here thinking, the game industry itself has become so bloated, and we've talked quite a bit about this before, or at least extra topics, that whenever people cry about downsizing in the industry, they're always like, oh, people losing their jobs or whatever. I don't care. Number one, Vol mentioned earlier that, and he's not wrong about this, that these companies hire in cycles. When a project's going, they hire people. When the project's over, they fire people. This firing seems to be a little more motivated by just a direction shift, and Microsoft seems just done with Xbox or doesn't know what to do with it. But it's still true that hiring and firing cycles happen all the time. Like, you hire people when you got stuff for them to work on, and you fire them when you don't. The other thing is the games industry in general is so bloated on the development and managerial side that every time I hear about layoffs, I'm like, oh, maybe that company will get a little better. Because it's just whenever I see it, like, if they don't rehire like Indians to come and replace them all, then just having less people in the kitchen is probably a good thing.
Provided that the explanation for that isn't that they think that they can just use AI to do everything now.
Yeah, that's true. There is the AI monster. Because whenever headcounts are mentioned in the news apparatuses these days, my brain immediately goes to literally last year and the two most talked about games. Like, what are the two most talked about games last year that had a positive splash when they hit? Silk Song and Expedition 33. A game made by 3 guys, in a game made by 33 guys and a dog. Or 32 guys and a dog, I forget. So, like, it seems like when you have less chefs in the kitchen and can keep your direction focused, we would just give better products. I feel like we need a whole lot more layoffs throughout the entire industry. Now, you don't need to replace them with AI or Indians, but if you can just scale down, that would be wonderful. Unfortunately, I don't think anybody's going to do that.
Yeah,
But
well, been seeing a lot of layoffs from a variety of companies at this particular point, and realistically, there is just good reasons for a lot of them. To be honest, they there's a whole bunch of just basically fat in the industry at this point. I mean, you've got to think about what has the output been as far as AAA is concerned, for instance. Like, what has even come out? Nothing. The games industry is pretty much in stasis. Nothing of interesting ever happens. So, I mean, that what it sounds like, according to a lot of commentators, is that a lot of the big companies are looking over at the likes of Hoyo, who are running, multi-billion-dollar um, live services, and wondering why aren't our live services doing this? But if they think that that's going to be the route that they want to try and go, well, everybody they currently have is just part of the current AAA model. They're not going to be able to really leverage those people for that. So if they want to pivot direction to try and come up with another way to make money, well, just retaining all the people who are doing things the old-fashioned way that clearly isn't working for them, why keep them around? They're going to need to pivot. So I'm sure that they'll make a complete hash of it, because they always do. But a lot of these things, like if you slash heaps of people from Bungie, like the other week, for instance, what good are they going to do to the business? The only thing that they've demonstrated that they could do is to make Bungie games, and making Bungie games is clearly not generating any money.
yeah, like all the AAA companies have squandered their IPs that were worth a damn. Nobody's making anything new. Like it's all remakes and remasters. It's just the whole industry is a mess right now. Games we do get when they come out, even if they're good, they're filled with just time filler slop. Like even Yakuza games, where that's part of the selling point is stuff to do. It just feels more and more sloppy. And so it's not just in the West; it's also in the East that we're experiencing this kind of AAA malaise. And yeah, they've got to pivot and do something different. Also got I think these companies are going to be in for a wake up call if they attempt to do things, the way they do in China and Singapore, because we have labor laws in the West. Like you saw the ZZ devs when they walked out on stage for like 2.7 or whatever it was.
Well, the thing is that labor laws are all well and good, but Blizzard didn't follow them,
Yeah, that's true.
and they still produce crap. Like, this is why I keep saying that there's a lack of talent in the industry. Like, the AAA industry does not have talented people. It does not have creative people. It's got people who are careerists, who think that you can decide things by committee and get success that way. Like, all of the people who come up with imaginative things and display real talent or a flair for doing one particular thing are in the indie sector. And partly that's because the indie sector is fashionable. It's easier to get into right now compared to what it might have been like once upon a time. There's a period of time between the early days and the current day where it was impossible to do anything on your own as an indie, but that's not the case anymore. But it's also that there's more than one type of talent, and I'm not just talking about game making talent. I'm talking about like production talent, project management talent, leadership talent. Where is all of that? Because if you have that in the AAA industry, you back it with money, you get somebody with leadership and vision, and you hoover up a bunch of talented people working in the indie space, you could still make a good game. The people behind Clear Obscure did it.
Yeah.
It's not impossible, but you need to have talent and vision and, leadership and organization. It's not sufficient to just throw manpower at the problem. It's not sufficient to just have good ideas. You have to synthesize the whole team. And what there is at present are careerists who want to be game developers, capital G, capital D, and people who have been employed by the board to run a company in order to get the KPIs up, to turn products and generate shareholder value. Like, none of these things have a game idea behind them.
Yeah. And I don't see the games industry realizing this or doing anything to move away from the current paradigm they've got. Like, it's just going to be it's just going to
Well,
stay
it's
as
the
this for a
same.
while.
It's the same paradigm that I'm shackled to every day. Eternal growth. You can just grow the company. You need to make the dollar value of the company go up, and that's how you can tell you're successful.
Yeah, it's
That's not how it works. That's not how it works at all. Like, it can be how it works depending on your goals. If that is in fact your goal for its own sake, if what you want to do is to increase the value of the company for its own sake, well, yes, you can actually achieve that goal in the short to medium term. Long term is a bit more questionable, but that's not necessarily the goal that is aligned with making great games, because it doesn't involve making great games as a goal. Like, the people who made the really great games were absolutely autistic about it, and they had to behave in strange and unsociable ways a lot of the time in order to get their project done, and they make a splash because of the legend that has grown up around their labor of love, not because it sold X many copies or made X many dollars. Like, if you look at, say, Silk Song or whatever, there's a mythos there, both in the game and in the real world,
yeah.
about what it took to make that and what that means to the people who are involved in it, both on the production and the playing side. There's no amount of AAA money that you can pour into that product that will add one iota to either of those things. If anything, they would take away. Even if it was like totally no strings attached, it would cease becoming the sort of like weird insurgent entity and become just another game, because the mythos would be damaged. Because part of what that game is made by a bunch of autists who isolated themselves in a room and didn't talk to anybody for several years.
Was the tism, my lord. And yeah, Silksong's actually a really good example because there's a part of the game that could not happen in AAA. Basically, when the first Hollow Knight was incredibly successful out the gate, and started to really break into mainstream consciousness, a kid named Seth Goldman uh, went to the Make a Wish Foundation, and his well, he had cancer and he was on his deathbed, and his Make a Wish was he wanted to meet Team Cherry. So the autists drugged themselves out of their cave to go meet the kid because you can't just say no to that. that would be horrible. So so they go and meet the kid, and they sit down with him and help him design a character and tell you what, we're working on this DLC for Hollow Knight that is gonna feature Hornet as the playable character. We'll take your character, who was just called Seth because the kid was really little, and we'll make him a character inside that DLC, so that you can exist in the game. And that wasn't part of the original deal. They just needed to show up and meet him. But they were like, okay, we just want to do this. And because it's only 3 guys, there's no bureaucracy in making this happen. It's just, Ari Gibson was like, okay, yeah, cool, we do that. We can do that. I like this idea. And they did it. And he passed away before Silk Song came out, but when they released it, Seth is one of the most loved boss fights in the game. He's easily in the top 5 for pretty much everybody that plays it because they spent so much care and passion on it. And after the fact, said they spent an absurd amount of time on his boss fight, redoing parts of it over and over again because they wanted it to be memorable and honor the kid. And that just would not fly in a AAA environment. You that would be wasted resources like crazy, making that boss as perfect as possible. Like that is something you do because you genuinely believe in what you're doing, not because it's going to make your KPIs go up.
Yeah, like the most that you might get in AAA is they might put like a WoW NPC with your name in the game, and then remove it later when they decide that you're problematic.
Yeah. So like that part of the story of Silk Song's development is one of the most well known parts, and part of the reason is stuff like that is why people like Team Cherry so much. Also helps that Team Cherry so doesn't care about KPIs or perpetual growth that they're like, "Now we'll sell Silk Song for $15," and watch the entire indie scene flip a flipping gasket over it and laugh all the way to the bank when they crash the Steam store because they put their game up for a reasonable price. And then release all the DLC for free. Like, it's just the current business focused, perpetual growth KPI, uh, you know, growth indicators, performance metric culture, business culture, infesting a creative space like the gaming industry is just hurting it. Like Expedition 33 was lucky too, in that they don't have as many dramatic stories like that. But they basically were given little to no oversight over what they did. They didn't have any precedent set. They just needed to make a video game, and they had a rough vision that they refined over time with a small team and turned it into a video game that everybody liked. There was no bureaucracy or team around it or special or investors to please. Like Sandfall basically told them just make video game.
Well, I mean, as somebody who lives under that system, I'm here to tell you that that logic also makes your staff miserable. Like that KPI directed work environment, you make everybody unhappy and nobody does their best work. That's the reality. I live it every day. I know exactly what it's like. I'm constantly got these KPI morons bearing down on me. The only thing they care about is getting their KPIs up because they've been told that that's what the investors expect, therefore.
Yeah,
And it just makes everybody miserable. Most of what you do is pointless make work that doesn't actually accomplish any real goals. And it makes the place more unhappy because people feel like their time is being wasted, their potential is being wasted, their career is being wasted, their life is being flushed down the drain in the name of something that doesn't make any sense. Like that is how it makes people feel.
yeah. It. I don't see a way we can get out of it in the game industry because the whole business industry of the West is like this right now. Of this myth of perpetual growth, and that it's just as long as you're meeting these certain indicators and can make the score go up, that's what holds intrinsic value and is worth. Like I have criticized the business types, especially even in my own political side nominally, over this crap before because they just misunderstand a concept fundamentally, and that there are currencies other than money. There are metrics for success other than, you know, how much more dollary dosh you got rocking around right now. Like this is something the camps normally opposed to me understand very well, and we can see this in the roads they make throughout the world. But the business types just don't get it right now.
I mean, this is also, to a large extent, a generational problem. Like the boomers all grew up when a little bit of effort paid off in spades.
Yeah,
Whereas now you can pump infinity effort in and get nothing for it because it doesn't increase the KPIs enough.
yeah. If the circumstances are not appropriate, it doesn't matter how much effort you put in. Everything is about timing and who you know now more than the raw effort you put in. But yeah, it's and it does seem to be mostly boomers that fall into this. Your business types that they're like that. Like I don't I don't know how to navigate around them until they eventually just die out. Or the model eventually just starts having catastrophic failures everywhere, and it's impossible to pursue the infinite growth model anymore. That's the only other way I could see anything getting better.
Well, the reality is what will probably happen is that we'll have to come out the other side. Like infinite growth will be quote achieved unquote, and everybody will want to die as a result. Like,
Yeah,
it's just going to be awful.
infinite.
Like all of the people in the country will be replaced by people from other countries who will work for cents on the dollar, and
Or robots
no
that work for
nobody will
electricity on the dollar.
and nobody will be happy.
Yep.
Nobody will own anything, and nobody will be happy.
Yeah, like I am not anywhere near as hard on Elon as a bunch of the current people in air quotes are, but his whenever he comes out and starts talking about how nobody's gonna have to work, everybody will have infinite free time to do everything. As much as I complain about having to go to work and all that and all the stuff that drives me nuts about it, um, like if you gave me nothing to do, I would lose my marbles. I don't want
I would get very fat, and I would get cirrhosis of the liver.
like if you literally made it so all I had to do was stay home and play video games and I could accomplish nothing, I would start to tear my hair out after about 5 minutes. Yeah, I need something to pursue.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this is like a truism that everybody knows, like because it's sort of like a meme that people put off things for their retirement, and then when they're retired, they've got infinite free time. All of a sudden, they're just bored out of their skulls.
Yeah, like they get like 3 months into retirement and they're all of a sudden like looking for a part-time job at an auto factory or something, like anything, because turns out you're meant to do do stuff in the world and have purpose.
But
Uh,
the thing about purpose is that it's got to be recognizable as purpose. And these days, the things that are designated purposes are not recognizable as purposes.
yeah,
Like they're always somebody else's purpose, somebody else's ideology, somebody else's idea. Like nobody actually does things that have tangible results in a lot of cases now. It's just the world is not built around that type of thinking anymore. Like even you having inherited a business, like you are by far the minority. There's not room for lots of your
no,
type of employment in the modern world because it's been filled up with other people's purposes.
yeah, and then it's it's these type of things like owning, like taking over the family business and becoming manufacturer's representative, and that does all the stuff that I do. Like on top of a job like that being limited in quantity, no amount of hard work could have gotten me this job. Like zero. There is no way to work yourself into a position where you have my job.
Not in this generation.
Nope. Like Granddaddy could. Granddaddy did it when it was still possible, but you're not doing it from scratch nowadays. Like they're just, you have to already have a foot in the market, because the amount of just raw effort a company would have to spend on you as a new rep, and money and time, would make it so their little KPIs would go down. And it would be a risk. They're not going to do that. It doesn't matter if you can sell yourself as I can reach out to this potential market, offer these extra services to the customer. Doesn't matter. They're not going to do it. They would have to have their hand forced, and you would have to get lucky finding them at a time when they just don't have any other options. That's the only way you could do it. But yeah, So games industry doing layoffs. I don't ever see layoffs as a bad thing when it comes to the game industry anymore. Like I'm just like, oh, cool. Maybe,
Well, the quality of games shows us that there are a lot of people in the industry who shouldn't be.
yeah. Like most of the industry shouldn't be there. Like just continuing to lay people off just seems like a win to de-bloat the industry. It's just too
Yeah,
fat.
I mean, there's basically only two scenarios. Either they're people that should be laid off, in which case, well, they should be laid off. Or the other case is they're people that shouldn't be laid off, in which case they've laid off the wrong people, and as a result, they deserve the consequences of having laid off the wrong people. So, so basically, yeah, it's this is just part of the business cycle of the games industry as far as this is concerned. This is the way that it has to run now, and if you don't like it, well, you're going to have to try your hand at the indie space.
Yeah. And normally I wouldn't even really give commentary on this type of thing because it's just part of the cycle, basically. But they're just since there's no other topics this week, it just got me thinking. Like, is it even a
Well,
bad thing?
you were just mad at the sheer number of bleeding hearts talking about
That's true.
it.
That did annoy the crap out of me. But because oh boy, were there the slop tubers trying to fill up my recommend feed that I had to skip over a lot this week. But yeah, it's killed you shortly. Uh, but yeah, it's basically not that big of a deal, but people are gonna make it out to be a big deal in their everything.
Well, I mean, there's sort of like speculation to be had over, what is Microsoft's direction going to be next? How are they going to adjust their strategy when so much money has been sunk into the the console space that has sort of become something of a boondoggle in practice, because they can't compete and aren't willing to do what it would take to compete in that market. So yeah, I mean, the whole console thing seems like it's a bit of a dead letter now, because you don't need any less money to produce a console than you do to produce a PC these days. So the cost is basically leveling out, and it was on its way there for a long time. And since pretty much most of these companies aren't quite of the scale, like the operation isn't of the scale where they can strike very concrete deals with, say, RAM manufacturers for components, they're basically going to have to lead that hand to mouth life that Valve did with the Steam machine, in which case they buy whatever's coming down the pipeline. And as you do that, you're introducing variations in your hardware from batch to batch, because you have to buy what they're willing to sell you, no more, no less. And you're gradually going to eliminate your optimization advantage by doing that.
Yeah.
So the whole console thing is probably on its last legs. I don't really see how it can persist. The whether the likes of Sony and that like it or not, the future of consoles is going to probably look more like the Steam machine than it does like extant consoles. Unless, of course, the RAM companies pull back so far from the consumer market that basically you can't do consumer PC gaming anymore, that you have to buy something pre-built. That's about the only way that it's going to have a resurgence, as if there's the difference between a pre-built PC and a pre-built console disappears.
And you already got to ask, looking at the current prices, like why in the ever loving heck, if you have the means and to be in the gaming space, would you get a console over a PC if the prices start to even out. Because while simplicity and the plug and play nature of consoles used to be a selling point, that's mostly dead now. Like you can't just pop a disc in and play because, well, there's no disc coming out anymore. Like, about the only thing you're saving yourself is having to occasionally check your drivers from the simplicity angle. And now you got the price issue becoming an even bigger problem. When I guarantee the new PlayStation gets announced, it's going to be over $1,000 US, easy. That's an easy guess. If I want to be more,
That I don't see that even raising an eyebrow anymore.
yeah. And once you cross like $1,300, unless the RAM problems get so much worse, why not just build your own PC at that point? Like, it's just not a good scenario situation for consoles, no matter how you slice it. I don't see much of a future in traditional console gaming. Like
Yeah, I
they're
mean, they already recognized that a generation ago, and they tried to make everything about exclusives, but nobody really wants to play that game anymore. Like, an exclusive is only valuable if everybody absolutely has to play that game, and people have alternatives now. They're not that interested. The only thing that has really decided to conform to the old ways in that regard is Grand Theft Auto, which has become the thing everybody has to play for whatever reason.
yeah, and yeah, I just don't see the console market as it is surviving, but maybe one and a half more generations because it just ain't. Exclusives are great and all, but even taking aside uh, all the issues we mentioned about it, like your exclusives have to be good for people to want to play them. Like even GTA right now is coasting on how much people liked the previous games. Like they're riding on IP strength. They're not riding on and the social credit that comes with being GTA. They're not riding on anything else. Like if your exclusives aren't good and get people hype, and if GTA comes out in Cyberpunk, oh boy, that's gonna send some ripples over through the industry. That'll be probably the best thing that could possibly happen.
It would be hilarious too.
Yeah, it would be.
Because as it's all like boomers and that low IQ people who are completely addicted to that franchise, and they're all just going to like bumble out there. I don't understand what is going on here. Why can't I play it?
Yeah,
Like, it's going to be very amusing.
yeah. I really hope it's Cyberpunks. That would make my month the month that game
And
comes out.
they've got even less excuse than CD Projekt Red did as well, because they've dumped so much time and money into it.
Yeah, like this thing has already made its money back in pre-orders. Like they they have no excuse for fumbling the ball. They've delayed it so many times. They've had every opportunity to polish this thing to heck and back again. Like I think we're about to see a real case study in on if somebody can pull this off. And us PC players, best part, we don't have to care because Rockstar told us we can go pound sand.
I didn't even know that they'd done that because I care so little about GTA.
Yeah, I hear about it from the opossum and the opossum's kids all the time. They're real excited for GTA 5, and I'm like, they're like, you.
The thing is that they seem like they're that part of that audience that they get excited for new thing, but they get excited for new thing with the assumption that it is exactly like old thing, which is a logic that I don't really understand.
That's the standard logic for people.
Yeah, like, why do you want new thing then? If what you actually want is for it to be identical to old thing, like, what exactly are you after here?
I've been operating under the assumption it's they want old thing, but they want more shinier new thing or more shinier old thing. Like it will have a graphical tune-up and new map, and that's all they care about. I mean,
But they aren't really. Most of them aren't really at the level that they've got a particular appreciation for the finer details of better graphics or anything like that.
no,
The only way that they'll know that it's better and shinier is because if somebody tells them that it is.
yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's I am very interested to see what happens on day one with that game because I cannot see in the modern gaming industry how you can overscale a company like Rockstar has, delay a game as much as they have, and have it release okay.
I mean, maybe they'll do it. Maybe it could happen. Maybe it'll be a smash hit.
Maybe there could be some positive lessons to learn. It is possible. I think it's very unlikely, but it
I
is.
don't know what I can't really imagine how it could be the case. Like what I feel like they almost hit the wall on that design as far as GTA is concerned. Because like the extant ones are basically live service, right? So if they had ideas that were that groundbreaking, they probably would have just funneled them into the thing that's already making them money. Surely.
One would think. But yeah, I'll be very interested because it'll give us a very good picture and comparison point for future discussions of, well, look what happens when you overbloat your studio and your design team. Because we'll have a perfect case example if that game flops. And I'm really, while I never planned on buying the game at launch anyway, and only had a passing, maybe I'll get it on a sale for it. When they thumbed their nose at PC gamers that hard and basically said, "Yeah, y'all don't pay for microtransactions, so you're not getting the game," I just kind of was like, "Yeah, I want you guys to fail. I want you to fail spectacularly. This like you may make your money, but I would love to watch you guys become the laughing stock of the internet."
It seems really weird though. Like I I guess I don't know how much money console gamers spend on microtransactions, but it must be a lot to counterbalance an entire market.
They spent a factor of 20 times more than PC players on microtransactions for GTA.
I
Because
don't
remember,
really know what that means in context.
like multiple uh, double-digit millions per week.
I guess I don't understand what you even spend money on in that game.
Yeah, I don't. I don't
Is it
really.
multiplayer? Like, is this like a big online thing? Like,
Yeah, it came out after the original game came out. Their GTA Online thing, but it's just bolted on to GTA 5. And functionally, it's just a mode of GTA 5. But I don't know the fine details of how it operates or how it works or anything. I I'm as clueless as you on that point because I never played it.
oh well, you can find out by looking at the company's Amex when it comes out.
No. The Opossum would spend it in Red Dead.
He's not gonna jump ship.
Oh, he's buying GTA immediately as soon as it comes out, but he spends most of his online time in Red Dead. And it's really weird. He plays Red Dead Online like a boomer would play an MMO if they'd never heard what an MMO is. It's very strange. I can't even really wrap my head around what his goal is anytime he plays it because he just rides around and does stuff. Like he
I mean,
just go.
that's how you're supposed to play GTA, isn't it? Like that's how you were supposed to play GTA back in like GTA 2 and 3, which are the ones I actually played.
Yeah,
Like the story was like, there's a story. Oh, okay. It was mostly just a sandbox.
yeah. And in Red Dead, he literally just goes hunting and sells stuff and tries to make as much money as possible, and get his horse and his gear as good as he can. There's no
You
end goal.
grind skins or whatever.
Yeah,
Grinds animal pelts.
Yeah, pretty much. He spent forever doing it too.
Well, I mean, it's a simple loop that even he can understand. So
So the moment I figured out, I didn't think my opinion of the opossum's gaming prowess could drop any lower until I saw him play Cyberpunk and ask me why he couldn't sprint. Like the over encumbered incident just lives rent free in my brain of you don't understand how dumb the opossum is.
is this worse than the Donkey Kong thing?
That one's pretty bad too. You think there's no way people could be that bad at Vidya, but you forget there are people that A don't play video games like we do and understand Vidya, and B are dumb like the opossum. So yeah, that's seriously make me take the flippin' vocational school thing. I'm just trying to unlock taxi points, guys. Do this.
You don't want to go to vocational school?
No, I think the first one's really easy, but I'm gonna look up the answers anyway. I think it actually lets Hawaii proficiency tier 2.
You don't need to. You do need to polish up on your knowledge of like Hawaiian history.
Which of the following volcanoes is a famous tourist spot in the Laha'i Island of Hawaii? Uh, Diamond Head. Flowers shown in the image is seen in Hawaii. Ornaments in the lei. What's its name? Maria. What is the Hawaiian gesture which involves raising both the thumb and the pinky called? A shaka sign. According to the guy, ukulele is a suitable instrument for playing cheerful Hawaiian music. What does it mean? Like, yeah, flea. Ahi poke is a
Isn't like
popular dish
isn't
in
like
Hawaii for themselves.
99%. Isn't like 99% of Hawaiian culture like artificial?
Oh, it's a hodgepodge of Americanisms that came down, the native culture that was there, and Far East Asia
No, no,
cultures that would travel there.
no. I mean like the native culture itself is
Oh,
like artificial.
oh yeah. If
Like
they,
it was synthesized for tourist purposes and doesn't really bear any resemblance to the peoples that lived there before.
yeah, I don't know how extensive it is, but I do know it's been pretty heavily modified from whatever original people in Hawaii there were. Mostly because there just weren't that many. Like Hawaii
I
was
think it
not.
was actually because they had a king who was basically retarded or something.
Oh, your boy Kamehameha.
I don't know which one. But it's like the thing is that we've got like in New Zealand we have because the Maori are from the same place functionally. They're of the same stock. And so we've got sort of like a snapshot of that same culture, except it doesn't look anything like what is in any other parts of Polynesia, like in Hawaii. Like the Hawaii's culture is just a synthetic like thing designed to look authentically native rather than be authentic.
Yeah, it very much is a case of Murica came down, saw a place where we could make some resorts and make some money, and engineered the Hawaii we have. I don't know how much of the original Hawaiian culture actually survives. I'm not even sure you could get an accurate tell on that through any kind of literature or reading because they're
Well, no,
going.
you wouldn't. You would visit other places in Polynesia that had interchange with them. That would be how you would do it,
Yeah,
and they don't bear any resemblance to Hawaii.
yeah, but I do know Hawaii was was culturally mucked with quite a bit to make it more appealing to tourists, and basically turned into America's personal beach vacation zone.
Because like the mythic ancestral home of the Maori is called Hawaii.
Let's see. Oh,
Of
and
course, for political purposes, they claim to be indigenous to New Zealand and not that they ate the previous inhabitants.
yeah, I'm not even sure there are really any native Hawaiians left, like because there just weren't that many. Like the islands were not super populated. At least that was my understanding of it.
I don't know anything about Hawaiian culture. I
Yeah,
feel like I feel like Dankula did a video about it once.
probably. The only video of his I watch multiple times, in fact, is the Killdozer video. Once a year.
On Killdozer Day.
Yep. Yep. I usually link it in one of the Discord channels.
Talk about lessons not learned.
Yep. Sometimes you lead reasonable men to do unreasonable things. Maybe you just should have let him hook up to the sewer line.
You know that it's going to be some like petty tin pot tyrant Karen that was ultimately responsible,
Oh, you know it.
and it never ever crossed her mind that she was responsible.
Almost certainly. I have remade 100 friends in Hawaii by aloha-ing at people as I run around to get all the taxi stands.
I'm sure Coco will be very pleased with you.
Well, she gives me free stuff, so I hope she's happy with me.
Is she still the same character? Like, is it still the cabaret girl?
No, uh, she's just been the cabaret girl was her putting on a character. Uh, Kay, the character she plays in this game, and apparently in the Majima game too, she sticks around. Uh, is just Kason. Like she's just Coco. Like Coco already, even when she was in Hololive, was the girl that was most forward about just this is who she is. There was very little character put on for Coco. So you basically just get Coco. But in the JAV and Yakuza 7.5 nonsense that was going on there, she was playing a cabaret girl, so she had to put on the mask of that character. But in this game, it's just Coco. I still I still can't believe that they in the bonus dungeon you have to fight a big F off shark, the super version of it. And Kiryu's with you this time, and he's just like, I've always imagined, during the song Bakamitai, when they sing the Damedane part, I always wondered if a shark said it, would they sing Samedane? Like somebody was a fan. That is
It
how
doesn't
all this
really
happened.
sound very in character at all.
Like, somebody had a mission and was a somebody's has had a few Oshis in Hololive and needed to make something happen for their own personal pride. Is what happened here. This was
Talk about a VTuber who absolutely burned out.
yeah.
Yeah, like there's a cautionary tale about what too much fame can do to a person.
And the worst, I feel bad for Gura because she seems like the one that wanted fame the least. Like, like some of the girls are like Ina, yeah, she's soft spoken and ain't gonna pursue fame. But I feel like Gura was the one that wanted it the least and didn't know how to handle it. And she got the most of it? Like, oh, you poor girl. I posted that in live
Yeah,
show chat
well,
too.
she tried to keep up too much with other people's expectations, I think,
Yeah,
and it overwhelmed her.
I think.
Whereas I think Ina's family forces her on holidays.
Yeah, Callie and Kiara kind of are built to be high wound. So they
Kelly had to go on forced holidays as well
did she?
because she nearly imploded.
Yeah, but they
I think the vibe I got was that somebody at cover probably sort of, no, we saw what this did to Guru, we can't afford it to happen again, type of thing.
yeah. So but they seem to always want to be doing something. Gura was a much more slow paced girl, and the constant movement required by that job just seemed to be wearing her down. And I get the feeling she would feel bad if she just outright quit, so she would get stuck in perpetual burnout loops. I'm getting sued. Oh no, I'm chasing a stroller.
But why?
That's that one side quest. It kidnapped me while I was trying to reveal the map for the shopping center. You know the one.
With the
Yeah,
baby.
Patriarch Gondawara or whatever his name is.
Why does he have to exist?
Because he was part of one of the most iconic side quests in Yakuza 2 and became a meme.
Was he always like that?
Yeah. Although the lesson in Yakuza 2 was after you beat him up, it's like, okay, my dude, you can't just force people to do this. This is weird. You need to learn to respect people and not make them do the stupid baby thing. That was supposed to be the lesson. He didn't learn it apparently.
And now he needs diaper snow.
I mean, impossible problems require creative solutions. I just wish we had thought a little bit harder and found a more creative one that was less that.
Like, but you have like a guy that can summon storms, right?
We do actually. Well, his wife rolls up with a truck and and a wind machine to
So
make the
rent a snowblower.
yeah, pretty much. Those are probably really expensive in Hawaii.
I have no idea.
I would imagine so, given how hot it is.
It doesn't get hot here.
So yeah. Uh what you call it? Uh I don't really have any other news. I didn't see anything.
Yeah, we didn't. We haven't talked enough about Booba this show, unfortunately, for a show that Fern's not present at. But I haven't seen any relevant news.
I mean, if we could have woo-wood, there's a certain roller skate girl that has plenty of opportunity for us to talk about assets for in her swimsuit. But we can't.
Unfortunately, Kuro haven't put any work into their multiplayer engine, so its solution to everything is ban.
Yep. If they even think it'll cause a problem in multiplayer, just like nope, disable co-op while this quest is active.
So I'll take a quick look and see if there's anything that I forgot that I looked at. I don't really see anything. Nothing here. It looks like it's worth talking about. It's just that there's nothing big that we're looking forward to at all.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like every time I see something, it's always like either something so niche I've never heard of it and it doesn't particularly appeal to me, or it's a rehash of something. Like, there's been a lot of news floating around the aggregators about the Persona 4 remake, but everything I hear about that makes me even less interested. And I
Yeah,
was really, really uninterested to begin with.
yeah. I was already like not on board with jumping on the remake because I don't want to have to. Oh, I'm getting attacked by somebody. Um, I don't want to have to take the childhood memories I have and have them be twisted by a new release of something. It's the reason I haven't played Persona 3 yet. Like that those stories exist from a point in time, both physically temporally when they were released and when I experienced them when I was younger. Going to them now feels like, especially a new quote updated version unquote. Just I don't think I want that. I have the memories and the experience of those games already, and it comes from a particular time and place at a particular time and place in my life. And no matter how pretty the new remakes are, they're not going to do anywhere near what the originals did for me. They'd just be slop filler that I would play out of obligation because I used to be a huge fan of the franchise. That would literally be it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know whether or not the situation would be different if I believed that they were going to do a perfect update because I already played it.
Yeah, but they're coming out and like they've been really rude to the old voice cast, even from 3, and basically telling them to go f off or hire new voice actors. Um, and you got to remember with these games, the English voice cast is more important in the Personas 3 and 4 than it is in a whole lot of games because the discs were so limited in capacity that they literally couldn't include both languages on the disc. You bought the English version, you got the English languages. So those voices are those characters to us. And so the way they treated the old voice actors, even though I really don't like some of them now, the company's treatment of all of them in total was just awful from what I've seen on social media. And and some of them are very upset about it. They come through and they're saying they're rewriting Yosuke because he's insensitive. He's an immature teenager. It's part of his character.
Yeah, but you know what they actually mean by that is that he's homophobic.
Yeah. You can't have him with the lines he has with kanji in the modern day and age. That would just that's just too much for the modern audience in air quotes.
Like, how are they going to freaking handle those scenes in like the bathhouse and Risei's club and so on? Not to mention,
Naoto.
yeah, like how are they going to do all of that? Are they just going to completely gut everything?
Like all of Persona 4 is a landmine waiting to be stepped on.
Well, I mean, and that was the point of the original story, basically.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's sort of what it's part of the value of the original story, and also why they can't remake it is the fact that one of the sort of primary thrusts of what it's getting at is that there are certain identities that are just delusional, and you actually have to live in the real world.
Yeah, or it's okay to keep an aspect of the stuff you like in your real life, but you have to remember, the real world exists. Like these are the kind of stories that the
I mean,
Persona 4
the
told.
the I presume that they've decided to run with the interpretation that, oh well, the people are too repressed and they need to fully integrate their shadow into the real world, which is like the reverse of the scenario that was actually playing out. But yeah, I don't see how they can square the circle. Like these things they're not compatible with their ideology. So I don't understand why they would try and do this. I presume that the purpose is to violate it, basically. That it's an indictment of their ideology, therefore they need to make sure that it's properly violated, like they do with things like Lord of the Rings, right? Like
Yeah.
the purpose of Rings of Power is not to make money; it's to violate something that currently exists.
But yeah, like I know Atlas is using the Persona cash cow, and I'm sure the executive part of it is like, oh yeah, Persona 4 remake that'll make money. We like money, infinite growth, hoorah! But the people actually developing it, Atlas and Squeenix are two of the most woke Japanese companies right now. I don't know what team is remaking Persona 4. I haven't cared enough to look, but honestly, it's just going to. Hang on, I'm in to land and for Sujimon again.
Oh boy, he's embarking on the path to becoming a Sujimon master.
No, I already became a Sujimon master. I just need the tutorial to go away because the tutorial is part of the main story.
Wait, the Sujimon is a major plot point?
No, it's just they force because it's the major mini game, one of the two major mini games this game. They force you to do the tutorial for it as part of this aside in the main story when you just have some free time. So I'm sitting here having to do all the Sujimon mechanics. Cannot hit skip fast enough. Like screen. Words. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I don't want them to update Persona 4. I don't know who's developing it, but I can guarantee you that they just because of the time frame it's being developed in and the time this remake's coming out, all of the original point of the story will be gone. Like I can't think
Yeah,
of
I
two
mean,
stories much worse to adapt in modern era than Persona 3 and 4.
what about the Odyssey?
I mean, I how do I put it? Like I kind of felt like that one was already going to get hit and it was like they will go after myths and classic literature already. They didn't need to go out of their way to come up with that one. It feels like they're so illiterate that they had to remember it existed before they targeted it.
They used a famously bad translation as the basis as well.
I have electing not to think about it because it will fail miserably, almost certainly. I'm sure they'll people will write all kinds of puff pieces for it.
Oh, they already have. Like the premiers went. They all said that it was really great. The critics all said that it was really great. I think Ebert was the only one who didn't. Um, but none of them could say exactly what about it was great.
Yeah.
Just that it was great,
Oh,
like super great. Like it was scale and scale, and they basically just fluffed the author. I mean the director. They didn't say anything about it was particularly good, just that it was good and you have to see it because reasons. Because, you know, the fundamental texts of Western culture need to be violated in order for the ideology to continue.
yeah. I mean, let's see. Yes. Like I know Christopher Nolan did the Dark Knight, did the Batman movies. He did all of them, right? And Inception. But since that when was Inception: The Dark Knight Rises? Like early 2010s?
It was like that was a long time ago. I was doing my second degree back then, so it would have been late aughts, early 2010s.
Yeah, I can't think of anything he's done since then.
Oh no, that was somebody else. Huh.
He
I
did
feel like he did something recently, but
Oppenheimer. Okay, I didn't see this, but other people talked about it.
yeah, I was not terribly interested in it. Like this seemed like it was more relevant to Americans.
So yeah, that's uh that's a thing happening, I suppose. Don't I don't I don't really have a lot of thought I'm giving to it. I don't have any thought that I'm giving to it actually.
Well, it was just it just came to mind because it's the same principle, right? There's this important text to a particular culture, and it needs to be ruined.
Mm-hmm.
The agenda just says that it has to be ruined. End of story.
But yeah. So yeah. And there just aren't anything coming out that I'm really really hyped for. Like there's none of the my pet franchises have
Silksong
anything.
DLC.
I mean, yeah, but that's going to be free and it'll be here when it's here.
Oh, does it bother you that it's free?
No, it's just I don't like because it'll be here when it's here and I don't have to worry about how or think any oh I guess worry is the wrong word, but think about, how much is it going to cost and all that. Like I mean, it'll just be here one day. So so yeah, I mean, that'll be what it is there. And but because there's no release date, I can't really get hype about it. I'm just gonna let Team Cherry do their little tismal best and come back with a product, and I'll play it.
I don't. I'm trying to think if there's something that I'm still waiting for, but there's not. And my instinct is to panic and say, "Oh, it's because I've been eaten alive by Gacha and it's destroyed my ability to appreciate other video games." Uh, n- But there aren't other video games coming out. That's the problem. Like there's plenty of things on my backlog. I can be happy playing those when I have the time to do so. If I ever have the time to do so, which will be dependent on me finding a job that lets me. But there's just not really anything else to look forward to. Everything is a sequel or a remake, or a remake, or a sequel, or a sequel remake, or a remake sequel.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, 90% of it's remakes. I would take sequels in some cases. At least that would require them to do something.
Okay, so what's today? Today is the 12th of July for me, anyway. So moving forward from there, what do we have coming out? We've got Cold Sept. Oh, well, there's Cold Sept is not new. We've got a bunch of stuff that looks like random crap that I've never heard of. We've got Kyoto Xanadu, extant whatchamacallit, franchise. Moss the Forgotten Relic, extant franchise.
At least Kyoto Xanadu won't will just be set in the same world. It won't be a traditional sequel. We'll be telling its own independent
Av-
story.
Avatar Legends, extant IP. Disgaea Mayhem, extant IP. Final Fantasy X 10.2 HD Remaster, it's just a remake. Splatoon Raiders, extant IP. EverQuest, Halo, Blood Rain, Company of Heroes, another Blue Reflection game. Somebody must be playing them. I mean, I like Gust's musical work, but there's just if I go down the list, it's just like remake, rehash, entries to existing franchises plus things that are like of bejeweled tier. I'm trying to find something worth caring about. Okay, I'm halfway through August and there still isn't. Nope. Why? We don't need that. No, we don't need that either. Please just leave Star Wars in the grave. Come on.
Like, but
Uh,
you know how funny it would be if we have a total cultural collapse and Star Wars comes back in like a decade and a half, and the very first thing people do when they pull it out of the grave is just say, "Okay, so everything that Disney did with Star Wars, everything they said, yeah, that's not true. Throwing it out the window."
they're already angling to do that now because they realized everything was just a terrible mistake.
How do you squander
They
one of the
can't. They can't
greatest
come out and say
IPs?
it, but they have to.
Like they managed to squander one of the greatest IPs in terms of IP strength just by making it gay and putting a chick in it.
Well, the thing is, I don't think that they could have not done it. I don't think that the current zeitgeist has a good new Star Wars movie in it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that they can do it. Like, it's outside of their capability to do. The only option that they have is to put a chick in it and make it gay. Like they simply don't have the creativity, the means in them to do anything else because the culture has bled that out. Like that era where you could have, the plucky farm boy going on the hero's journey, that doesn't exist anymore. Nobody makes those stories, and nobody in the modern audience is even familiar with those stories. It's a legacy idea that, removed from context, Star Wars doesn't make any sense. It makes sense to us because we grew up with it. But if you didn't, it doesn't. Now, there's literally nothing coming out this year that's worth thinking about.
I honestly have trouble going and looking for new stuff to get excited about on the new release dockets because partly because I already have a backlog of games that if I just flip through my Steam library and throw a dart at it, I'll hit something I haven't played yet and that I still want to play. And it's like I don't have to look for new games because I'm already set.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to new games, like every time I see something online that grabs my attention, it's like, oh, what's that? That looks interesting. It's got an interesting look to it that I haven't seen recently. It always turns out to be a gacha game.
Mm-hmm.
So, so, so it's like, well, I mean, I can only play so many of those for one thing, and for another, well, why did it have to be a gacha game? Where is the creativity in things that are not gacha games? Why can't it be something else? Because like I was engaged by the look of Silver Palace from the first time I saw it. Like it looked cool to me. It looked like an aesthetic I wanted to see more of. I would have wanted to see just as much of it if it wasn't a gacha game. But it was a gacha game, and that non-gacha version of that game doesn't exist.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same reason that I play all the gacha games that I do, because the non-gacha game version of that game doesn't exist. It's not there for me to play. I don't have that option.
Just the profit margins on gotchas are so potentially high, I guess, that people can just justify it to the infinite money printer people. People that are like, oh, infinite growth, infinite money. Sounds good. But yeah. I just haven't felt a need to get excited for anything new or even really think about new releases very much outside of anything I want to talk about on the show or anything cool. I think I think will be fun to bring up in conversation, talk to other people about because I just have a backlog of games already that I'm already trying to be like, hey, these were cool. Check this out. Oh, this wasn't so good, but it was an interesting experience that gave me some stuff to talk about. It's all in the backlog. I've already bought it, and because there's only a limited number of hours in the day, I just haven't played them all yet. I'm not gotcha swallowed, but I am backlog swallowed. Like I'm always going through my backlog with a new game, and some of the bigger ones like Yakuza 8, take a whole month to go through. But even then, the remake nature of everything in particular is what gets me with the new stuff coming out. I just sequels I'm more forgiving towards. And there are some franchises that, especially ones that have continuous stories that I've followed from the beginning, like Trails, that I just want to see more of. I want that story to continue and see where they're going, even if they're kind of, running into the wall in that one. But everything is just a flipping remake. Like, does the Resident Evil 4 remake and all that look interesting? Yeah, sure, looks good. Am I gonna play it? Probably not. Wait till the sale. Put it in the backlog. It can wait its turn like everything else. I'm not gonna buy that at full price. I've already played that video game. So yeah, that's where I'm at with the stuff. Got a non-penis haver party member. Proper gear. On the plus side, I've got like half of this new game plus run done during this show.
That was quick.
Oh yeah,
You
skipping.
just need to clear it once. Is that all?
I'll have to. What I'll do is I'll make a save before the final boss. I have to beat it on hard and legendary, and I'm doing a legendary playthrough for my new game plus. So I just got to get to the final boss. Don't have to do any side content. Save the game, beat the final boss, reload that save, put the difficulty on hard, and beat him again, and I'm done. That's everything. My original save file shows 100% for the normal collectibles. But yeah, I'm through the long-winded tutorial-filled intro part of the game as soon as I beat the next boss coming up. The only other section that'll try and lock me down is the start of chapter 8, where you have to learn how to play Kiryu's party, where he has unique mechanics. Oh, there is one aspect of the turn-based system for this game that I absolutely adored, and it's a Kiryu exclusive mechanic. If he builds up his meter, each character has a character meter shaped like an infinity symbol. Normally, it just lets you do a combo attack with Ichiban, but when Kiryu builds it up, if it gets to Kiryu's turn, what he can do is you can press and hold that button, and he will punch the ground, shatter the UI for the turn-based crap, and you just control Kiryu like it's a standard Yakuza brawler combat for a bit. And he just runs around the field and beats the crap out of enemies. Like one of the few hype moments they use the turn-based mechanics in a fun way. It's still turn-based. Like the enemies can't take action when you're controlling Kiryu, but you just try to do as much damage as you can in a traditional Yakuza way for the few seconds you got control over it. And the more party bonds you have built up with all your party members, the longer he can stay in the form. Also marks he unlocks this ability with the only in-canon appearance in a main story appearance of an Amon. The Amons are normally reserved exclusively for the super boss and the side content. And this one is basically Shin Amon with the wrong model showing up and going, "You're not the Kiryu I know." And he pushes him to his limit, and despite all the cancer and everything, learns how to briefly turn back into the Dragon of Dojima and just beats the crap out of everybody.
We should probably round it up. We've done nothing but ramble aimlessly for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, the last hour and a half has just been us fishing for topics. So, all right. I think we're done, folks. I don't have a good scene to end it on because I'm stuck in a combat gauntlet, but I think we'll call it there. We'll see you next week with Wuwa. Hopefully, I'll carve out a spot sometime in the week to go through the story so that we can be on the same page. There was an event that started in Aruba. I thought about doing that, but I really want to get this Yakuza playthrough done and over with because I'm quite frankly over this game and just continuing it because 'twas the tism, my lord. So yeah. All right. We will see you next week, folks. Sayonara.